Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
What's up, emulating? Thank you for the good luck.
Excitement, adventure.
How's it going today?
Just another day in the life of a manager.
And hello as well, Mythic. What's up? And Darkside, what is also up?
This is a job for a manager.
See what?
A manager is always prepared. Simple but satisfying. Manager.
You should, like, lock yourself in the freezer. That sounds like a good strat.
This is a job for a manager.
Hey.
You're a wagey now. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
I'd like to wake up now.
Is that SpongeBob's parents? It is. How's it going, Curb? The situation keeps getting worse. The Cosmic Shake situation couldn't get any worse. New Patrick Star game drama. I worked for Mr. Krabs, he's a fraud. Why'd that video get more views than my video? My video is funnier. Without even watching this one, I know my video is funnier because I'm funny. What's up, Latte and iPie? I watched your stream for like 5 or 10 minutes. I love the Gummy Bear song.
It's too quiet.
Why? Okay, how did I manage to do that, and then why did the controller disconnect? These batteries shouldn't be in... Hold on. Yeah, I kind of need these batteries to, like, work, because, I don't have any more batteries. So these need to work. I'm going to hope it was a random fucking loose connection and not just, like, actually running out of juice. Or else I can't really play today, because I don't think we have any batteries.
Welcome.
I do have, like, one extra pair of batteries, but they disconnect every, like, 30 minutes.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini
Like,
Bottom.
because they're on the
The
deathbed,
manager is
so...
here.
Like, I use those for practice.
Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager.
No, people meme on the video because it's just like, it was like the Mr. Beast, like, there were other exposed videos back in the day, but nobody really ever took them seriously. Like, this was like the actual, like, this was the hard-hitting one. Like, this was like, the one that's made its lasting impact, and, like, people are actually believing it this time. I think it's also just, like, a kind of funny title anyway.
Is the room spinning or is it just me?
Bro is playing with an Xbox controller. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna play with a fucking PS3 controller, am I? On my OG Xbox.
A manager is always prepared.
That sounds horrible, Curb. I think I would die if that happened to me, bro.
I'd like to wake up now.
I worked for Red Foundation. He's not even red.
Ouch!
He's purple. Yeah, apparently it's gonna get even worse because you know that group, Anonymous? Where they, like... They, like, hack your shit and then find out if you're doing anything bad, basically. I think Anonymous threatened Mr. Breast. Like, which implies that they have some sort of, like, info on him. That has yet to be released to the public, so it's probably going to get even worse. So, yeah, whenever you see a video that's just like, you know, Mr. Breast, and then, like, the text says, like, he's done, it's over, like, you know, that kind of thing. Assume there's at least 5 more videos coming afterwards, because there's always something happening with this story, bro. There's always new stuff. It's like every fucking day. It's not over until it's over, so don't believe those thumbnails, they're not telling the truth. Fuck you, Lena. Can anybody undo Lena's thing if they have channel points? Baby Beast. That would actually go hard. Fucking Baby Beast. You got, like... Mr. Beast's, like, fucking, like, 6-year-old child just, like, fucking forcing people to fight to the death for, like, 100K.
SpongeBob.
Well, now there's not a single good visible split. Except for, I guess, the Neptune one is fine, but we're not counting that one, because that one's on the screen at all times. When it comes to the splits that actually, like, you eventually can't see anymore, there's not a single... I mean, we got Wyoming, I guess. That's, like, fine. But yeah, so all of them except for that one are just, like... so terrible. Lena, I am going to shoot you with a paintball gun, and it's gonna be like one of those really powerful paintball guns, and it's gonna be like it's gonna hit you right in the face. You'll have your eyes closed though, so it won't get in your eyes, but like it'll just fucking, it'll hurt, is the point. I worked for Mr. Breast, he does not have any breasts. I've been lied to by the company. Latte, thank you. You just saved my ass. Wait, which one? Wait, what do we... Which one's Yumma's 2? It's the split that just got changed to per. Yeah, the one that's a minute 26. Bruh. Okay, also, yeah, Wilcom, which one do you want me to call Yumma's 2? Which one are you... Fucking hell.
Bridges going up. There's the edge of town.
These splits are so fucking horrible now, bro. What's up, Stormy? Storm from Sonic Riders.
Plankton
Is it bad that sometimes the only thing that can, like sometimes, after a shower, I'll just, like... Obviously, you know, I'll be wrapped in towels, but I'll just kind of, like, struggle to, like... You know, be productive. Like, I'm just sitting there, just watching TikToks. Like, sometimes the only way to, like, stop that from happening is just if my phone is on, like, 5%. Because I would rather die than have a dead phone. So... Dude, my phone died today because I plugged it in and it just wasn't charging. Like, it was on. Like, the thing was, it just, like, the port, I don't know. The port is dirty or some shit, I don't know, but... Yeah, my phone was on, like, 3%, I plugged it in. Then I go back to it, like, 40 minutes later and it's fucking dead. What's Rub It Up 2? I have no idea.
Like a game of catch right now.
Hello, Sky, so wise. You were so wise for taking your scheduling a driver's test. I hope you pass it with flying colors. Balls nuts even. Is Rub It Up 2. That's one of the longest lasting names. I've had that one for ages. Like, I think that's been there since, like, shortly into this grind.
So much destruction.
It might have even been before that, honestly. It might have been the 234 that had it.
A new path.
Alright, can you paste the text again, please, so I can copy it? It's too long. Nice. Is it every Better Call Saul episode ranked? Yeah. Okay. I can do that. Bro, my phone needs, like, a charge and a half, like, every day. One charge, and then, like, whether or not it needs, like... The second charge, like, kind of depends on, like, am I going out tomorrow? Like, sometimes I'll charge it when it's on, like, 70%, like, overnight because I'm going out. Everybody's got those good batteries, apparently, bro. I was thinking it, honestly, low power mode is actually kind of goated, because, like, when you're actually using the phone, you can't really tell a difference, and, like, it does make the phone last longer. But it fucking sucks when you're just trying to, like, when you just want your phone to just, like, stay on a page for, like, a minute. Like, it's just annoying. But I wonder how much worse the battery has actually gotten in these past, like, 4.5 years. Like,
Here's the edge of town.
I should have done some kind of test back then and, like, you know, time it and, like, figure it out, but... But I never did, which sucks. Alright, where's Weenie 2? Is there a space before every? It kind of looks like there is. I can't tell, though. It looks like it's, like, slightly after the B above it. Which would imply that there's, like, a space. I don't know. I can't tell.
A new path.
Actually, no. I think it's fine. Once every 3 days, Jesus Christ. I hear that it's, like, bad for the battery if the phone is constantly at, like, you know, like, what was it, like, 85 to 100% or whatever? Or, like, 1 to, like, 15%. Like, you wanna, like, I think the ideal, like, battery, like, the charge you want it on is, like, roughly, like, 60 to 70. Because it just puts less strain on the battery. Like, it probably makes it worse in the long term if you charge it overnight, but it's like... I'm gonna get a new phone, like, either this year or next year. It's getting to the point now where it actually does low-key take, like, 2 charges a day. Just so it doesn't die by the time I wake up the next day.
There's an owner's manual in the glove compartment.
It kind of sucks, though, because I feel like phones could be used for a lot more if battery was never a problem. Like... Okay, like let's say that your battery capacity was always good. Like, there was just, like, some magical battery that cost a shit ton of money that lasted, like, fucking 100 years, right? Without degrading. How long would it actually take you, then, to replace your phone? Because it'd probably take you, like, at least 10 years. Instead of, like, every, like, 4 years or whatever, you know? Apps still load quickly, pictures still look good enough, like, it's still... everything operates fine. Not too many bugs. It's basically, it's pretty much, like, Twitter and Discord are beginning to run a bit slow on my phone, but it's, like, fine. It's mostly the battery. Well, yeah, that's the problem. They don't really, like... Batteries are hard to replace. On iPhones, you can't even replace them anymore, because they have, like, a serial number, serial code or something. But basically... I mean, that's how they get you to upgrade. Because, again, I'd be fine with sticking to this phone for another, like, 3 or 4 years, but because of the battery... Like... Well, again, that's what I mean, though. Like, it's not exactly very user-friendly, because if it were user-friendly, the companies would lose money. And also, the newest iPhones, you still... Unless they changed it with the 15, but I believe with the 14... if you even, like, take out any of the parts, and then put the same exact parts back in, your phone will be permanently fucked. It will not work anymore. Because it changes its serial code or whatever, like, as soon as you take it out and then put it back in. Like, the components all, like, communicate with each other with, like, very specific, like, serial numbers. And then it'll, like, change the serial number once it, like, reconnects with it. Which is why, like, you can't just replace, like, random parts. Like, Apple's so fucking anti-consumer, it's so painful. They were never gonna do USB-C until the EU forced them. There's no way they were ever gonna do that. Yeah, people are too scared of, like, breaking the phone and shit. They'd rather get a professional to do it, but then, like... You know, some people don't trust, like, those kind of phone shops anyway, or they just don't want to not have their phone for, like, a day or 2, or hours, or... whatever.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
Also, you still need to buy the battery. It's a little hard to find batteries for my phone because it's a little old now. Because even then, like, the capacity won't be, like, brand new 100% capacity. It'll be, like 95. Which means it's already, like, slowly beginning to, you know, lose its capacity. But yeah, like, doing shit yourself is, like, really scary sometimes. This is not the same thing, but it's, like... It's why I paid somebody before to replace the battery on my Pokemon Crystal cartridge rather than doing it myself, because, like... I don't know, the soda shit, bro. And, like, to practice that stuff, I mean, you need some sort of, you need something to test on, but then what are you gonna test on? Because you need something that works to test on, so that you can make sure that it still works when you're done, to make sure you didn't fuck anything up. So that's why it's, like, so risky. Like, for example, right, how am I gonna know how to install a 3DS, like, capture card thing? It's like, oh, it's so much cheaper and less hassle. Well, less hassle in terms of, like, sending it to somebody and then having them send it back to you and, you know, double-checking they didn't fuck anything up. Like, you could do it yourself and save a lot of money and cut to the chase sooner. What are you gonna practice on? Like, you'd have to buy a 3DS to even, like... And then, if you practice on it and then it works, it's like, well... I mean, it works. You don't... I mean, and the kits are expensive. You don't want to, like... If you fuck it up, you wasted a lot of money. And if you don't fuck it up, you still put it on a 3DS that you don't even want to use, because it was the practice 3DS. So it's like...
I found one.
Yeah, it's apparently fucking AIDS. It's very easy to soft mod. Soft modding consoles in general is usually quite easy, with some exceptions. What's up, Chief? Thank you for the good look. How is it going today?
You have to.
It's kind of hypnotic.
It'd be cool to know how to do stuff, especially then, because, like, if you know how to, like, hard mod consoles, like, especially if you live in the fucking UK when no one knows how to do that shit, like, You can be one of the few people who actually provide services for that kind of stuff, and then you can... Like, that'd be cool, but... Can't be asked. What are we talking when we say heavily modded? Like, what kind of modifications were made? Nice one, iPie. Congratulations. Cool. My name's Jeff. It's not my favorite theme personally, but I do quite like it, but... Yeah, I mean, it does kind of, because, like, we have, like, a fast disco strat. I believe the cycle is the same every time, so... Because I don't think the pattern starts until after you slam the button, so, like, we have, like, a fast strat for disco. So disco skip only saves, like, 16. But, that, you know, it still saves 16, so it's, like... Also, what's up, Alphatex? I've always been incredibly fascinated with those, like, portable consoles. Those, kind of require a lot of experience and knowledge and risk. But, you know, like, they'll make their own, like, custom shells, and then they'll salvage parts from, like, other controllers and stuff. From controllers, and then they'll, like, find a screen, you know, put it in, like... Basically, you know, they can turn a Wii into a portable Wii, and then it'll just have, like, you know, maybe, like... It'll just use, like, some random GameCube controller's buttons or some shit. And then they'll mod it so that it just boots into, like, the SD card thing. And then you can just play games off the SD card. Like, that shit's, like, really, really cool. It's just really fascinating. I would never buy one myself, and I would never do one myself. But it would be really cool.
Barnacles.
My mom always said,
Yeah. I think my first taste of that was, like, portable N64. Which, like, that was so long ago that was before I had an N64, and I just remember, like, being so fascinated, like... You know, they were a bit rough back then, but especially now, like, whenever people do make those kind of videos, like, they're very, like... They usually, have that shit be very, like, polished. If I were to own some kind of, like, portable console thing, like, if I could just have one for free, I would definitely get a Wii. One, because then, like, I can play GameCube games as well. And again, it's just so easily moddable. I would imagine that's you, Wilcon.
The gates are locked.
Yeah. Portable Xbox would also be kind of cool, though, because then you can run movie on the go. Bro, I'm gonna be real, right? Is there, like, a single game on any of the Ataris that is, like, genuinely 7 out of 10, like, unironically, in 2024? I really don't think so. The games on those systems probably, like, they probably max out at, like, a fucking 4.5 out of 10. Because obviously they just age so abysmally. You can't tell what, like, anything on the screen is at all. A lot of Ataris don't even work anymore. Like... Like, when I think of Atari games, like, the two that immediately come to mind are E.T., which was known for being terrible, and, just, like, fucking Pong. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, I'm sure you can have a bit of fun with, like, some of the games, but, like, genuinely think about it, right? Like, replayability and, like, how long you can play these games for, like, matters a lot. And I feel like a lot of those games are gonna have, like, no replayability. I mean, a game that I consider 7 out of 10 is Sonic Heroes. And I play that game, like, once every 2 years or something, and so it's quite replayable for me, on the whole. And I can't imagine there's a single Atari game that can give me more enjoyment than Sonic Heroes. Now, yeah, you do kind of have to think of limitations, but those limitations are so, like, what's the word? Like, you can't ignore them. You can't be like, oh, wow, this game was so ahead of its time. It really feels like it's, some game that could have released on Steam as, like, some indie release or whatever. You know, like maybe like a lot of SNES games or whatever. We're not talking about that. We're talking fucking, like... Again, like, nothing looks like what is meant to represent, and it's just, like, just blocks. Just fucking blocks.
I don't think you like that. Keep doing it.
See, that is where I'd give up Sky, because if I had to call them up, I would get too anxious, and I just wouldn't do it. It would have already been GG for me, personally. Yeah, exactly, bro.
I'll save you, little buddy.
Good job, Patrick. Watch out for the car. Patrick.
To get to Shell.
Shep. It's pretty funny, like, Skull Stadium also has a period at the end of it where you have to wait like in Frogfish. Yet they're about roughly the same length. Even though Skull Stadium, like, you're forced to, like, you know, walk up to the actual boss fight. Which takes a while. Like, you start the Frogfish fight sooner. You might even end it sooner, but because you wait so long at the end. Like, it's just Jover at that point. Like, when I think of Skull Stadium in my head, it feels longer than, like, 50-something seconds. It feels like, if I just, like, without thinking about it, it's like, how long Skull Stadium would be like, a minute 10. Anyway, I can't be asked to get my driver's license. I know I'm not gonna pass on the first try anyway. And then it takes ages to, like, learn the theory, and then, like, I know I'm not gonna pass it the theory first try, and then, you know, and I don't wanna, like... I don't want some fucking Karen, like, fucking driving full force into my car and then blaming me for it. And she's screaming down my face while I'm trying to, like, call people. I don't want, like... I also just feel like I'm TikTok-brained and can potentially not be trusted on the road regardless. But I don't want to rely on other people, basically. And I don't want the constant stress of, like, these people around me might just be so bad at driving that they might fuck me. You know? And then also the anxiety of, like, what if I'm the terrible driver? Exactly. Where would I drive to? That's what people are like. People get your driver's license. It's so easy, and it's like, where am I driving to? I have no fucking IRL friends, right? Where am I gonna drive to? Fucking KFC to eat on my own? I'm not doing that.
Dark. Big hair.
In school, we actually did this, like, driving test thing in school when we were, like, 15 or 16, where it's, like... Yeah, we were, like, 16. You just drove around, like, this... We had, like, a pretty open area at the school, and it was, like, cones around us, so you just, like... They just make you do some very basic driving stuff. I, like, didn't do mine, because mine was on a Tuesday, and I didn't have school on Tuesday, so I just, like, didn't show up, and, like, nothing happened. So I have literally zero experience on the wheel at all. Sup, Basil? Thank you for the good luck. Honk. How did that work? At his job! You just call me a fat fuck, bro. I'm in the healthy range for BMI. And you're in the unhealthy range for BO. Ooh, I went there. Ooh, I went there. Yeah, like... I just need a GF who drives me everywhere, TBH. I think that would do the job. I didn't say your BMI. My mom can't drive, my dad just drives her absolutely everywhere. I need that, TBH. 60 hours a week to support both of you. I make $1 million an hour streaming this game.
I'm not feeling like a game of pets right now. Boing.
I can support her. As a matter of fact, I'll pay for the KFC. Because I'm such a nice guy. Actually, it's been it's actually been like 4 months or something. I honestly kind of forgot about it. I only hit it like very recently. I got donated bits yesterday. I got 350 bits. That's enough to pay for, I mean, that might be able to afford a snack box in KFC. I don't remember how expensive those are. That might be able to afford a snack box. Sky, you weren't even here at all yesterday, from what I can remember. Not there for the Annoy Squidward mod. It was pretty good. It randomly ramped up the fucking difficulty, though. Like, I don't know what it was smoking towards the end, but... yeah, it's pretty good. What's up, 6? How you doing today? Want to see Hackathon? Well, if you want to see Hackathon, you have to give me Money-a-thon first. Money-a-thon. Finally, Money-a-thon. Die. Like right now. Hackathon's gonna take a fucking while to set up. It's actually gonna be like... some sub-goals are really easy and fast for me to do, to the point where I don't even need to think about some of them, really. Because some of them are literally just, like, D-pad, no pull storage. But yeah, when it comes to shit like that shit takes so much longer to set up. So I also have to... that's why it's 6 subs instead of 5, because I'm also factoring an extra, like, 250 for, like, just, like, the amount of time it would take to just, like, download everything and estimate how long everything would take and fucking all that shit. You woke up at 5 p.m. Bro, I thought I was bad. I woke up at like 1:50 and I was like, dude, like, what's wrong with me? Actually, I don't know if it, no, it was like 1:40, but still, like, it was like... yeah, I don't know what, well, I just didn't want to use a virtual machine, and apparently the emulator's glitchy.
Is the room spinning or is it just me?
8's not that bad. I mean, I'm usually in debt by around 6 to 8 sub-goals, you know? It's not too bad.
And that is how...
Yeah, should I also use unregistered hypercam too? In Windows Movie Maker? I used to watch videos like that all the time when I was a kid. I used to type in, like, biggest spiders ever, and it would just be playing, like, the same, like, 2 songs in every video.
Come to Planktopolis.
And it would literally just be, like, zoomed-in pictures of spiders. I don't know if anybody will remember this, but I remember there was this really popular, like... I don't know if it was, like, a compilation of big spiders, or if that was, like, the only spider, or what, like, I don't know. But it was just a really, really zoomed-in picture of a spider. And I didn't know that when I was a kid, but looking back at it, it was really obvious because it was in front of a pack of, like, cigarettes, and it was... if it wasn't zoomed in, then it would be the world's biggest pack of cigarettes by, like, 1,000,000 times over, so obviously it was just really zoomed in. Yeah, dude, most of the songs had, yeah, what they're called? I forgot the name of the band, but, yeah, the Paralyzer song. But that was, there was also that other song I forgot the name of, you know, the one that's like... you know?
It's kind of hypnotic.
That is the first time that's...
Little guy, big stink. Once you get here, you'll never want to leave again.
How to ruin a run.
Coming through.
I don't know the name of the song. I really wouldn't have a clue. It was faster for me to grab it then than it would have been to grab it later. If I, like, had to go back to that spot.
Jumper, jumper,
I don't know where you're getting half a second from, TBH. You think it takes half a second to, like, walk past the port ahead? Like, cartwheel for a sec, like, jump up to the thing, cartwheel again, until you grab the extra, then turn around and cartwheel all the way back to the port ahead. Because that is, like, 2 seconds. What's up, trooper? This might be too slow. Yeah. Fuck off. Did not happen in practice. Nor did the other mistake in SCDA 1. But, you know.
People sure have been throwing out a lot of TVs lately.
Well, again, iPie, like, I want to do the Simpsons game, but it would almost certainly take 2 streams, and I don't even know if people will be interested enough to watch it for 1 stream. Because it's so disconnected from, like, the movie.
Only Goofy Goop.
Well, the thing is, guys, sometimes people just give me subs, like, let me give an example. Somebody, to be honest, I kind of forgot who, so sorry to whoever whoever it was. If they even, I don't even know if they even watch me. I seriously can't remember who it was, but they just kept gifting 5 subs. They gift 5 subs, and then I would do a new sub goal, and then they give 5 subs, and I would do a new sub goal, and they give 5 subs. So that's how I got roped into playing stuff like BFB GBA and Revenge of the Flying Dutchman GBA and Sunshine, things that I don't think people would actually want to watch, which is why I swapped them for other stuff. No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing that somebody kept giving me money. I'm saying that they probably would have given me money regardless of what the sub goal was, is the point I'm making. I mean, it's hard to do the Alphatex when I've done so many sub goals. Like, I've been running out of ideas since 2022, bro. Well, I don't know, that's the thing, I don't know what to swap the Simpsons game for. Because people will be like, you should stream, like, insert game you've never played before that has absolutely nothing to do with SpongeBob. Like, nothing to do with SpongeBob. It's not even in the same series as, like, a game that you've ran before. It has nothing to do with anything. Nah, dude. Apparently the fucking, the code to, like, to stop underwear from, you know, working, apparently it also affects, like, shinies and stuff, so I really don't want to do that. Like, that sounds so fucking annoying. Like, you will collect them, but the game won't recognize that you collected them until you warp away, which is so stupid. Like, I won't even know for a fact I picked up shinies or a sock until I've warped away. Like, that's... Ferris Sunday gameplay.
We're doing better now.
Well, sometimes I've played some games to not so much success, that's the thing. I played Dutchman GBA for like 1 hour, and like okay, if we're rating how badly I wanted to kill myself out of 10, I was like an 8.
You're losing it, SpongeBob.
But all the good games, fucking hell. It's also the problem with Shadow Showdown. I don't think I could do that shit in one stream, and I've never played I've never even played a Fairly Odd Parents game in general, let alone, like, I've never ran one, I've never, like...
This is
The Gumball plus, like...
I didn't do that.
Yeah, just played bad.
Right back at ya.
Look, it's what's his face.
must have been something he ate.
I'll look into movie PC. I would like to actually do it this year.
So long.
Maybe I should do those sub-goals I used to do back in, like, 2020, where I would just dab, like, 70 times in a row, and people would actually give me money for it.
Faster, faster.
How was that for you?
I wish this place had something to read.
King me.
So long.
Why not? A couple of people have asked me to bring it back, so I think there's a mild interest.
In Bikini Bottom.
I'm not doing that, iPie. Fucking hell, bro. It's like, then what do I do? What do I do? Alright? Well, I wanna do PvZ, but I feel like it's like the problem with that game is that it gets really repetitive. Like,
And so
the fucking gritty. I mean, funny factor can definitely... yeah, I mean... Well, I mean, that's different because you're seeing, like, I'm trying to, like, achieve a specific goal. Like, you know, it's like, oh, like, you watch the streamer try and get his goal, and then when he gets the goal, you can type, "Hi, YouTube, I was here." It's like, you get this kind of experience that, like, the viewers on YouTube are not gonna get.
Ugh, ice cream makes me dizzy.
All they see is a world record. You see, like, the struggle. You see all the close calls. How's it going, Red? Well, this is the second run of the day.
Ain't much more of that.
And the run's pretty alright, so I think it's going not bad so far. These.
We're flying.
Well, to be fair, Sky, I think that I think the problem with that is that you don't talk. Yeah, I did not expect this shit to take so goddamn long, I'm gonna be real. At the time, I was just going for, like, a mid-222. That's actually what I was going for, right? And I thought I'd get it within, like, a month. But then it took so long that I ended up getting, like, kind of like barely a low 222.
Makes me dizzy.
And then I implemented, like, 2 time saves. Technically 3, and it was just like... Yeah, like... Now I've been roped into getting a 221. And I was on a pacer recently that made high 221 not even feel that good. Even though, like, it is good. Like, it's pretty good. It's just that I was on the run of my life, so you know, I was on mid-221 pace. Stuck playing the same 5 minutes. Mashup unrestricted? There's no way. But yeah, that's part of the reason, like, because Mashup has already entered, like, that kind of stage of... If you make a 3-second mistake at the beginning, like, you want to die. I just, like... I don't want to grind that anymore. It is somehow both very easy and also incredibly tilting. And also, not only are there, like, no mistakes you can make, but your run is going to have a bunch of mistakes at the same time. And they're all going to feel extremely frustrating, because all of them feel unfair and stupid. Yeah. What you're doing isn't particularly hard, but it's just inevitable that you're gonna fuck up somewhere, so it just feels awful. And then you get tilted, and then it just gets worse. And then I try to run 100%. But I fucking despise, like, 4 of the extras, like, so much. And I also despise... That was fair. And I also despise, the bungee challenge flooding block. Like, not casually. Casually, it's amazing. But, like, it's so fucking impossible to consistently play close to like, a gold. And it's so early in. So it feels horrible to lose, like, 10 seconds. But, like, if you fuck up, like, even a tiny bit, the entire cycle's fucked. The actual entire cycle is completely fucked. I think the way to make it, like, significantly less AIDS would be to push it to later in the run, but I'm pretty sure that'd lose time. But, like, at least then, it's like... You're not losing, like, 10 to 15 seconds on the second split. Like, then it's later in to where 10 to 15 seconds isn't as big of a deal. And that's the, yeah, and that's the problem right there. So I think the best mashup category is any percent restricted, but... Krista is incredibly toxic. And then somehow the rest of the run is hard when it's not hard. You would get better at the cycle, but you could also say that about, like, anything in the game, to be fair. Oh, if Krista were earlier, we'd be better at it. Like, yeah, we would be, but it's like... You need to make some sacrifices sometimes. I don't think we've seen enough Mashup 2 to know for sure, but I mean... Mashup 2, like, from obviously the very little that we've seen, I think it looks pretty cool. It's in development. I think it's, like, slowly coming along. I just saw, like, a couple screenshots and videos. Bro, you should finish Mashup. It's good. I think people might get a kick out of arcade. I mean, I don't really care for arcade modes, but I feel like people... It's probably not bad. It's just like... I think what we actually need is, like, ETU. Like, I think we need to fix the task cheat. And then the rule should be that, like, you can only enter Krista when you have 75 tokens. A little arbitrary, but I think it would be cool. I think it makes for some cool routing stuff. Like, I think some stuff would just... This run is basically dead, unless I don't miss it. Well, yeah, run's, like, half dead. And they need to get 2 more Sunday jumps. I should also mention that I did not miss that in practice. Oh, there's no warp to Krista. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that could be incredibly cool. Fucking love this game. Did you already watch the toilet cutscene before, or did you actually just get a ledge grab skip? Like, alright, yeah. So we know it's possible to skip the ledge grab, but it's like really hard. So, yeah. How hard is it exactly? I've never gone it before. Wouldn't, like, all of the driving levels get absolutely fucked in ETU? I think they would be. Like, it might still be worth doing a couple tokens in some of them, but I kind of doubt it. Like, maybe in Route 99. Like, but yeah, because of that, you'd have to substitute those tokens for, like, slower platforming tokens. But there could still be some advantageous points of that. Like, just as an example, I think I don't know, like maybe there's a pad challenge. Oh yeah. I don't think it would actually be in the run, but just as an example, you know the floating block like right at the end of Krusty Casino, like you get like a free warp right there. Like it makes the end level Krusty Casino token extremely fast. So then like they'd have to like both be timed. I think, yeah, I think acid would still be fine. The thing you have to factor as well, though, Sky, is that you get forced to the beginning of Sans, out of Route 99. So it's extra time loss, because why would you warp to the beginning of Sans? Like, under normal circumstances? Okay, well, I'm thinking more of an ETU restricted, so that's actually good. Oh wait, no, I forgot to practice Spiral Skip, hold on. I mean, I guess, but it still, like, makes everything just, like, a little slower. Hold on, what was I doing? Oh yeah, Sunday. Well, that's what I mean, like, yeah, then we should factor, like, depression and normal. Like, because then it's, you know, effectively, it makes Route 99, like, a bit faster. What's up, IG? Thank you for the good luck. I need to force myself to get this, like, 10 times in a row. Fuck off. I can't stand getting that fucking boost. I don't think you do anything in Stitch. TBH. Yeah, well, I feel like I usually get runs going on, like, the first few of the day. Like, I feel like it's pretty consistent to get a run going in the first, like, hour. But yeah, hello, GDP and Pepper, what's up?
Welcome.
Thank you for the 50 bits, and thank you for the good luck. I
Never fear,
appreciate
good
both
citizens
those
of Bikini
things.
Bottom. The manager is
And hello as well, Orion.
Yep. Excitement. Adventure.
I
Just
assume
another
you're talking
day in the life
about...
of a manager.
Is it just me or did that cutscene take forever to load? Anyway, I assume you're talking about the tutorial.
Slide from manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always prepared.
I did not say that.
This is a
Cool.
job for
I can never go to these fucking events, bro, because, like, I mean, the amount of money it would cost. It's just, seriously, like, it's seriously not worth it for me, unfortunately.
A manager is always prepared.
Hey.
Very
I'd like to
nice.
wake up now. Ouch!
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Having someone, like, actually test it out.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens
I'm
of Bikini
kinda
Bottom.
thinking of remaking the no polo storage tutorial, but god, do I really not want to.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
I don't even have, like...
This is a job for...
I convinced myself to not buy that input display thing because, like, the imports are expensive. And I was like, oh, I could be done with this game at any moment, and it's been weeks and weeks and weeks, I'm still not done with the game. But,
a manager.
you know, like, I just... I should probably make a new... But see, that's the thing, like... I just know as soon as I buy that fucking thing, I'm gonna get a 221.
Job for...
Like, I just know it, bro. Like, the longer I wait, like, the more, like, worthless it is.
Hey.
The thing is that now is a good time to remake it. Nothing's been found in fucking a million years. Like, now's the time, but I really don't wanna.
Little guy, big stink.
Like, I don't think it's gonna get outdated in, like, 5 seconds or some shit. And now there's, like, I would want it to be, like, the I want to cover, like, basically everything. Like... I would do, like, mostly beginner stuff and some intermediate stuff, and then after Neptune, I'd go over, like, lag, and then, like, then more of the intermediate stuff, and then go over the advanced stuff.
Citizens of Bikini Bottom, the manager.
I think the big exception would be, like, Rub-a-Dub Skip. I think that'd be, like, in, like, Rub-a-Dub 1, I believe.
Excitement, adventure,
Because it saves so
another
much
day
time,
in the
but
life
yeah.
of a manager. Upsy-daisy.
Yeah, I just
Short
copied what
slide
you
from
did, Sky,
manager to, well,
when I
not
was
manager.
learning mashup. That was with, like, when there were a few less strats, but I still feel like a lot of it is just copy what you see. Like monkey see, monkey do.
Manager coming through. Her smash!
In my opinion, a PS2 mini skip probably doesn't exist, but it might. Even if it does, though, there could be some catch to it. Like, it only works with plain sponge, and to get plain sponge, you'd have to like get the extras from Knucklehead in the first place. But yeah.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. Whoop, up we go.
Yeah, I think it's still called, like, any percent tutorial or something. I didn't want to change the title because at the time I learned that, if you change a title of a video, like, it can hurt it in the algorithm for some reason. There's like 2. There's SCDA Spongeball Fast Corkscrew, and there's also like, you can do some fucking weird balls shit with like the paddle wheels. I saw a video, although I don't think that'd actually be like worth it unless you could have it take you to Chris skip, but that was used to skip the entirety of Area 2. But if you could get it to take you to Chris, then or Monster, even, then that would be fine. Like, that'd still be... But anyway, like, what we actually need is, like, a bunch of tasks looking into the game. I'm positive they could find stuff. But as we currently are aware, no testers want to touch this game. So as far as we know, there's like 1 or 2 task strats, but I'm sure there's more. There's only proof of a couple. Fuck off, dude. I mean, it's like a monster eel thing, but it's Chris skip because Chris found it. Again, I don't think a movie task would necessarily be boring. I think the biggest thing that would hurt a movie task is that it'd be on GameCube. If it was on Xbox, it'd be a pretty different story. Like, then tricks would probably be, like, barely doable on the paddy wagon, and then you could see cool shit like Knucklehead out of bounds. As well as, like, I'm sure people could find stuff.
Slide from manager to, well, not manager. This is a job for a manager. To see what...
No ideas. Yeah, it's really easy to think that there's nothing to find until somebody finds something, and then you all collectively go, how the fuck did we not find this sooner? That could maybe be interesting. I would still rather watch actual Xbox 100%, but I mean, maybe that could be something cool. The problem is that because you're warping to places, you could literally just, like, there might be cool stuff that you just skip. Because, you know.
Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
You can just warp to the location. It's like ETU, where you warp to the location and then just do the token, as opposed to like the way in which you get to the token, like, can potentially have some cool stuff. So like just stuff is out of the run, like you know, like Bash Gang or whatever. That's, you know, just like little things here and there. They're just gone.
Manager coming through.
Game knowledge we don't have. Kind of the same thing with movie, I suppose, just from, like, you know, ball storage, but... Yeah.
Manager coming through.
Not necessarily, Sky. We have reason to believe that that video that Toxic Pinhead did, at one point, he clipped through a fence, and people haven't been able to replicate it, so it might actually be dolphin lag. which would therefore make it not allowed, which would therefore mean it's impossible. I think there's always obvious stuff to find. In, like, basically every speed game that's not, like, you know, like Super Mario Bros. Or some shit. Thank you for the good luck, T-Jump. How's it going? It also works on PAL English. It doesn't... Well... It kind of works on foreign versions, but, like, not really. But, yeah, NTSCU and, like, PAL English. I tested a fuck ton of ball storage effects on, foreign Xbox, right? I got one effect, so it does work, it's just incredibly resistant. And I didn't even... The effect was not even a crash, and it wasn't even, like, anything cool. It was literally just, like, a task on the menu fucking disappeared. Well, not disappeared. It was marked as uncompleted when I did complete it. But it wasn't, like... You know, because you can easily do that on accident anyway. It wasn't like that, because it was Gask. I completed Gask, and it for some reason reckoned that I did not complete Gask. Even though I did. So, that was the ball storage effect. Because I found one effect that does basically nothing, but it still technically is an effect. Like, and that was out of, like, a billion things. Not billion, but I tried quite a number of effects, and that's the only thing that happened. So it's extremely resistant. You know how it's like... You know when you wash your hands, you kill 99.9% of germs? The foreign versions kill 99.99% of fucking ball storage effects. I mean, we already knew that ball storage if it could affect the menu. Level editor? Yeah, that would be huge. There's a lot you can learn about a game just by, like, if there's shit placed out of bounds or whatever. Like, there's a lot you can learn. Or how wide a trigger is, and then you're like, oh, this trigger's actually, like... It doesn't actually extend that far. Maybe we could, like, jump over it or get out of bounds and go underneath it or just whatever, you know? Just cool shit like that. He's not talking about fucking Battle of Movie, Wilcon. Bro is not reading half his messages. Anyway, yeah, there's no point in looking at foreign movie anymore, like, it's too resistant, we're not gonna... Keep in mind we can't find anything useful anyway. So if we can't find anything useful anyway, on, like, the actual versions that have actual effects happen on them, then we're not gonna find anything on the foreign version, so that's just, like, there's no point in wasting our time on that. Console would be better, but, like, you can test on emulator if you want to. Did you say you wanted to do PS2? Okay, so the problem with PS2 emulation is that it's not that accurate, really. Basically, a lot of effects that would crash just don't on PCSX2. So it's not reliable for filling out the sheet because we want accurate information. Like, I know crash and no effect can kind of mean the same thing to somebody, but they don't truly mean the same thing. Because, for example, if we find a ball storage effect, then we need to know, if it's in the middle of a run, you might need to chain it with a bunch of other shit, and then we need to know, okay, well, does Now the Amend to Sunday crash? It might, so that's why we need to know. Because what if the effect is like Now the Amend to Guess causes an effect, and it's like, well, in that case, then we need to complete Sunday, then go back to Now the Amend, and then go to Guess, like, to get the effect to kick in. So it is important to note when something crashes as opposed to having no effect. I don't think a scratch disc would really affect anything, probably. It's probably, like... As far as we're aware, disc condition doesn't matter, as far as we know. Do we need to figure out a way to make tokens tangible? I do not know if ball storage is capable of that, but if it is, then that'd be so huge. You literally just enter a level, and then just see if a token's appeared. Well, and then you die, and then you reload, and you respawn, and then you see if the token's appeared, and if not, then you can just warp out, like, when it comes to, like, the combat arenas and shit. Also, I don't even know if that bounceless worked. It either barely worked or it barely didn't work. That was either frame 4 or frame 5. Win conditions or invisible objects like door teleports or waypoints. But hopefully one day an emulator comes your way. Why to say emulator? An editor comes your way. This is a big day for the ETU community. Oh. Well, what do you need Bash for? Oh, wait, no, you need it for... Actually, yeah, no, what do you need Bash for? What if you just, like, didn't do Skull Stadium? Invisible geometry, yeah. You could even make, like, a practice mod where... Because didn't you have some trick where you had to, like, navigate out of bounds on some fucky walls or something? Like, if you had a practice mod, but that shit was, like, you could toggle that shit to be visible or invisible, then you could, like... You know exactly where you're jumping to. I mean, you already kind of know anyway, but, like, that gives you, like, then you know without a doubt, and then you can just kind of practice off that. Alright, okay, well, yeah. But yeah, like, stuff, yeah. Basically, it would be, I feel like a practice mod, and also just, like, having some sort of, like, editing tool. I think those two things are basically always useful. What's up, Crash? Thank you for the good fucking luck. What's up? Bro, both my sandwich driving so far have been terrible. This is actually on pace for like a 10:09 already. How many tokens is it for bat? Like, you'd have to, if you are going to unlock Bash, you'd have to route shit around so that you actually, like when you finish with Sandwich, with Route 99, you have enough for Bash. I think it's like 8 tokens, right? Yeah. So you just have to, like, go down in the menu a little bit and then go, like, back up. it's probably fast, but you don't. I mean, again, it's gonna be hard because again, you're gonna have to implement these like slower tokens because of the driving levels. So you're just gonna have to just time shit for now. I mean, there's some stuff that's just so obviously gonna be in the run that you just like you can start around that, you can build it around that. Basically. I think High Note in Deep Dark is like the last token you're gonna get, right? Because I mean that's fast anyway, and then you need to walk to the entrance of Krista. So I think that's guaranteed the last token.
Hey, there's an owner's manual in the glove compartment.
No worries, emulating. Yeah, it'd be easier to work around restricted and then think, okay, well, what tokens get affected with, like, token frames in VMS? Yeah. It's so fucking fast. I don't think it'll ever not be done. Like, we could have some, like, major fucking 80% reroute where it's, like... We could replace, like, 10 tokens, and High Note would not be one of them.
It's going up.
The only exception would be if we could somehow unlock the crystal warp early, but then obviously that would completely warp any percent anyway. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, you're not gonna have guitar, are you? Well, actually, would you... Do you get warped to, like, that little mini-boss? Because I don't think you do. Yeah.
A new path.
Yeah, nah, that's way too slow. Yeah, so there's a couple tokens that... I don't think you need guitar for that much anyway, but that still affects things. Yeah, I think you would go guitarless. Which, you know that token in Metro that we guitar, like, from really far away? I don't know how slow it is without guitar, but maybe that's not in the run anymore. I don't think it'll be it might be, but I don't think it'll be bashless. Oh, really? Okay, so that that token might just be gone. I think you'd unlock, like, everything else, though. I mean, you need Slam for Krista, so, like, you need to unlock Slam and Jelly. And you also need Throw for the melon on, like, the final double hit of Krista. So you need Throw. Yeah. Also, one thing you might need to factor, potentially, is Mindy Stir. I think you just automatically get Mindy Stir, like... Don't you automatically get it from, Mystic onwards, anyway? Or, yeah, I think you do. So it'd be preferable to, like, not... Because Sans, you don't get Mindy Stir. So it'd be preferable to, like, unlock Bash, like, first. Yeah, mayhaps. Okay, I did get this.
Tuning up manliness, even in the corners. I'm not feeling like a game of catch right now.
Yeah, I reckon it's probably still fast. Oh, what about that guitar glide token? Is that shit gone too now? Actually, well, there's two good guitar glide tokens. One in Metro and one in Skull. Can you? I didn't know about that. Bruh. Okay, well, that's really cool. But that's lame.
Nothing like old man type stuff.
Super.
I found one.
You ever just, like, lose time and don't know why? Oh, no, I know why I lost time. It's because I fucking didn't know where I was. Also, the run's dead because good things happen to me. It's because when I re-entered 3K, I just kind of, like, forgot where I was, so I just started jumping to try and skip a cutscene, and turns out I was in Bungie. I guess I gotta also do this 10 times in a row.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running around here?
I've been thinking of doing this for a while, and I might actually do it. If the game is giving me, like, a really hard time, I might just, like, stop streaming early. I already kind of have low-key started doing that on the really, like, bad days, but... You know, streaming for, like, 4 hours or 4.5 hours or whatever, instead of, like...
Did Mindy bother to tell
On,
us
like,
if
the
train
days where
was
it's, like,
still running around
incredibly
here?
obvious that I have, like, no real chance of, like, getting a run. So that I can then spend that time just kind of, like, mentally resting and or being productive with content creation. Well, I guess it depends on how long it would actually take to, like, do the patch, because, like, for off the top of my head, I don't think any of the patches that you were willing to do were, like,
Never fear, good citizens of
complicated.
Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
see what.
It's definitely going. This latest batch, I want to redo like 20 lines, but yeah, it's coming along. I've kind of changed my approach with the voice again, but I've sent it to like 4 people and they all said like that it sounds good, and in my opinion it sounds worse than what I was already doing, but they're saying it sounds good, so for the remainder of the video is gonna be done like that. I really, like, I genuinely cannot, like, stress enough that I really don't think it sounds good, but, like, when you have that many people telling you it sounds good, I mean, it must sound good, but I really don't see it. Like, most YouTube videos will just have, like, they'll just talk, like, the way that they'll go about, like, voicing stuff, right, is that they'll just sound like their regular selves, just, like, talking into the mic. But they'll be a little louder, a little more enthusiastic, but it still very much feels like natural talking. I had to crank it up so that I don't sound completely dead inside, and the result is me not talking very naturally, and I just don't think it sounds good. And people seem to not agree with me on that, and I don't understand. No, the first PVZ. See, again, because a lot of people talk casually, they talk a lot like how I'm talking right now in a video. However, I have to talk like this in the video, which sounds less natural. But it's what the people want, apparently, so I'm going to do it. So, yeah. I can't get it across properly because I have a bunch of fucking filters on OBS. It's not gonna sound the same. Thanks for the words of encouragement. I always fucking hate repositioning this mic.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Anyway, it's really hard to sound like I genuinely want to talk about the game at this point because I've read the lines so many times that I don't fucking care anymore. I've lost the majority of my passion for the video because I have worked on this for far longer than anybody should have to work on that fucking video. Like, do you know what it's like to read that many words 3 fucking times? More than technically, because I've also redone so many lines. There have also been a few times where I do like a 30-minute audio batch and then redo that. No one should have to do all that, right? Relative to, like, how many lines there are and, like, how, you know, when the video should have came out and everything. I don't fucking care anymore. Well, I do care, but, like, I just... how am I supposed to sound like I'm genuinely happy to talk about the game when I'm so fucking sick and tired of talking about the game? I'm so fucking sick of it. That's the problem, dude.
I'd like to wake up now.
This video was meant to be worked on for like 4 to 5 months. I started working on it technically in October. It's not done yet. It's August. We are reaching the end, but, well, not even, actually. There's like 15-ish minutes of audio left, but I'm thinking of redoing a part of the video and the intro, so I'm thinking of redoing 2 parts of the video because I don't really like them. Then I need to fit in the music. Actually, no. Then, basically my mic pops a lot, so, I'm using, like, this, filter thing where you adjust the frequency and you can kind of, like, filter out pops unless the pops are really fucking bad. The mic pops so many goddamn times throughout the entire video, and I have to manually increase the frequency. Like, I have to make, like, 4... I have to make, like, 4, I forget what they're called, like, waypoints or whatever, I forgot what they're called. But I need to make, like, 4, like, little checkpoints or whatever, and then I need to, like, adjust the frequency within those checkpoints. And then adjust it so it doesn't sound too tinny while also fully removing the pop. And then I need to listen back to it to make sure it sounds right. And then you just... And if you, like, move it around in the audio, like, thing, if you move the track around at all, it'll just forget that it'll fuck everything up and it'll undo it. So you have to, like... You need to make sure that you don't want to crop or change any of the audio when you're doing this shit. Or else it's all gone. It's all fucked. So... Yeah. It's hard for me to enjoy making a video that should have came out in, like, April. But, you know...
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager.
I procrastinated so goddamn hard in like January, and then I gave myself a kick up the ass, and then I got laryngitis, by the way. Then I got laryngitis, and then I completely lost my groove. And then I fully got it back, but then I had to redo all of the audio again. So... And again, I'm thinking of redoing the intro. I think the intro's not bad, but I feel like it's corny and goes on for a bit too long. Because I kind of do the, like, I'm kind of like... I'm kind of talking about, like, nostalgia and growing up and being, you know, like, I just feel like it's, like, corny. Like, I wouldn't have done the script like that now if I were to write it now. But, like...
I'd like to wake up now.
I think, like, after the first, like, minute, I think my intro segment is good. I don't know. I don't know how to, like, change the beginning while still getting the same point across. My groove. But yeah, I did all of the audio, cropped it all, and then it was too fast and dead inside. Then I redid it all again. Again, redoing certain sections several times, redoing like 20 lines sometimes in every batch, because that was before I figured out how to adjust the pops. So if something popped, I would just redo it again, and that always took forever. Sometimes you couldn't hear the pop in Audacity, and then you could only hear it in Premiere, and it just, like... And by the way, when it was all done originally, I don't know what's up with my fucking Premiere, but the audio levels are fucked, and they're not what they are when you export the video. So I had to, like, export the video, listen to the audio, listen to, like, what parts of it were too quiet or too loud, and then write them down and then adjust it accordingly. Export it again, listen back to it, you know, and then just slowly just make sure, like, it all, like, is about the right volume. I know YouTube now has that stable volume thing, so maybe I could just get away with not doing it, but I don't know how it, like, adjusts music. I don't know, dude. It's just gonna, like, it's gonna be a huge pain in the ass. And I will say the part 2, I've done like 40 minutes of part 2 because I was working on that after part 1 initially was done. You seriously do not know how bad the audio was in part 1. I seriously, like, it wasn't actually that bad at first. I was just talking a little too slow and a little too, like, dead. But it was, like, fine. There's background noise, you know, it definitely gets the job done. Dude, after I got laryngitis and then I recovered, I, like, didn't listen to the previous audio and just made an assumption on what it sounded like, and then I got way too loud, and I was shouting, like, every syllable. Like, you could hear me say every syllable, like, as if it was, like, separate words, and it just ruined the fucking video. And then I had to redo it all again, and it's just, like, I'm so fucking sick of it, bro. And then I started working on a Class of '09 script recently, but I kind of don't want to anymore because I feel like the internet has a not super favorable opinion of Class of '09 at the moment because it's like it's a little edgy, I guess. I mean, obviously it's not saying any slurs, but it's just like a bit edgy. And I've seen people call it things like, you know, it's, oh, it just farms, like, YouTuber reactions and all that stuff, so I'm kind of like, I feel like if I talk about the game and justify why it's good, I'm worried it'll come off as white guy defends edgy game because he's stuck in 2016, when that's not the case. I really, you know, I really love the humor, and, like, I got a good kick out of the game, and I like the characters and everything. And I find a lot of the endings quite interesting. But I worry that it'll just be like white guy being like, snowflakes these days, am I right? And that's, again, that's really, really not the approach that I'm trying to take. I just like the game, but it's just hard to get that across. Hold on. I mean, you probably could do that, Sky, but the category would probably get optimized enough eventually to where it's like you'd want every frame of time save you could get eventually. If it's just like menuing, like you know, I eventually changed my vanilla ETU route so that it's like as optimal as it possibly can be, and I did that with like AWT as well. Even though I had to make some, I think I had to do like BBBH before Now the Men in AWT, which I really didn't want to do, but it saved like a second, so it's like. Anyway, when I was cropping the input display, I didn't notice it was slightly not correct until I was done editing the entire thing. Thankfully, it was easy to fix the crop, then apply it to the rest of the clip, so it only took like 5 minutes to fix. In Premiere, that probably would have taken me like 5 years. Yeah, sometimes doing stuff in Premiere is really easy, sometimes it's like the worst thing of all time. But anyway, Class of '09 is a visual novel where, like, everybody's, like, a shitty person, and you just kind of get through school, and there's, like, in both games combined, there's 23 endings, and most of them are bad, but not all of them are. So you basically, like, you kind of learn as you go on, like, what kind of things you can get away with and what things you can't get away with. You are a bad person no matter what route you take, to be honest. Except for, like, one. There's, like, one route where you're not a bad person, but, like, you're a bad person in pretty much every single other route. But, like, everybody at the school's a bad person, so it's, like, you know, but, like, yeah, like, all the male teachers are pedophiles, like, all the adult figures are just, like, bad as well, and then like all the high schoolers are just like they're like drug addicts, or they're like rapists, or they're like, you know, this and that. So you play as Nicole, like she had to like move schools like 1,000,000 times. So but yeah, she's not a fan of that school, but obviously you decide her fate. And I really like both games, and I wanted to call the video Class of '09's best ending. And it's likely the first ending you'll ever see, most likely, but it's so good because it just, like, well, I can't say or else it's spoilers, but, like, it's, like, the, like, first ending that you could potentially not get that ending, but there's a lot of ways in which you can accidentally get it, and it's just the game is very smart with how it, like, kind of tricks you into accidentally picking that that route that takes you to that ending. It's quite smart. And I really, really like that ending, and it really makes the rest of the game work. So it's just gonna be like a 20-30 minute video on, like, a brief history of the game, and just talking about, like, you know, the general endings, and, like, what to expect in the game, and then why that is, like, the best ending out of the two games, and maybe even rank all of the endings if I feel like it. That could be cool. But again, it just comes off as, like, edgy, I guess, so it just, I don't want to be, like, the white guy that is stuck in 2016. But I think it does a really good job of just kind of, like, pushing things a little bit without going too far in any direction. Like, if it were really a 2016 game, it'd actually just be saying a million slurs, but, like, it's not like that. It's, like, it just does what it needs to, like, properly get the atmosphere across, and it never goes too far. It knows when to, like, it knows how far it can push things without it being too much, and I really think they did a good job. Also, apparently the person, I think multiple people made the game, but apparently, like, the main guy, I've heard bad things about him. Like, and I don't know if they're true. I do not know if they're true, so I do not want to act like I know what I'm talking about, but I'm just saying, if the things are true, then it's kind of like, damn. Kind of sucks that I bought the game now, because then I supported someone like that, but it's, like, I didn't know. But then it's like, if I make a video on it, then then I'm kind of, but then it's like, do you separate the art from the artist, or what? Like, because, you know, the voice actors are good and stuff, like, you know, you giving props to, like, the other people who helped work on the game. But I don't know. I don't know what I want to do there. So I might at least temporarily scrap the script and just start working on a Shah script on the side instead. Here's the skip from the beginning because I kept needing to re-show skips. Yeah, sometimes you think you know how you're gonna do something, and then you're like, oh, never mind, I want to do it like this now. Or, like, it just doesn't work out quite the way you wanted it to. You know what's good about some of the token timings, especially in the driving levels? You can literally just take it from, like, your gold, or just, like, a good segment in, like, any percent, and just fucking get, like, a pretty accurate, like, timing.
You sure you know how to drive?
That sucks. Dude, I really want input display, but the cost, and, like, what if I get 221 by the time it arrives? Though it would be very good for a tutorial, but after I'm done with this game, like, there's literally no reason to have input display, like, other than the tutorial. Because it's just for Xbox, so what the fuck am I gonna do with that? Yeah, that's Fisk guy. Yeah, I mean, I suppose so. Again, I don't want to act like I actually know if these things are true, but, like, the worst that I heard is that the guy has like a Discord server, and apparently, you know, I'm a tiny bit of hyperbole, but like this is what like someone said on Twitter, is that he hits on freshly turned 18-year-olds in his Discord server, which sounds really like that they use the words freshly turned. Or like barely turned. They use some basically barely 18 is what and that's just kind of, and I don't know how old the guy is. But I think he's kind of old. So like 20s or 30s, like somewhere around there. There are just certain effects that can crash the console. If you do a bunch of effects that like do produce some sort of effect, it's not like those effects will cause a crash. It's just like some effects will do nothing but cause a crash, essentially. That's kind of... The thing is, I personally feel like I've done more ball storage testing than probably anybody. Like, you're probably not gonna do that much testing, and hell, if you really, like, you could just test levels that are known to, like, not crash that much. Like, the reason why my Xbox got fucked is because, like, Rubber Dub has a lot of crashes, but, like, the combats don't really crash. Like, that's what I was doing at one point. I was just testing Depression Combat, and it did not... I didn't get a single effect at all, let alone a crash. So, like... If you want to be as safe as possible, then I would suggest doing combat testing, but... Knucklehead is... I understand why Knucklehead's, like, your main... If you do a shit ton of testing, like, yeah, you're probably gonna crash a lot in Knucklehead, but the thing is, we don't know how it affects PS2. Like, it could just... You know, not really cause any issues. You know, consoles probably react differently to crashes. Like, some are probably more resilient than others, like... And also, like, while I actually don't know what I'm talking about, I would imagine that a slim PS2 would be less likely to break from crashes. Like, because that far into the... Like, when they were remaking the PS2, like, and they were optimizing it and stuff, I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, okay, well, there have been, like, 1 or 2 instances so far in the console's existence where they crash so often that they're beginning to struggle to boot up, so now we gotta figure out how to prevent that for the Slim, like, you know, just shit like that. Like, the Xbox just seems like a more, like a less optimized console in general when it comes to, like, hardware faults, because the Xbox had so many hardware faults.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom.
I don't know what those mean. I only know foul or slim.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. Upsy daisy. It's a short slide from manager.
If I had to take a guess, it's if there's any difference between testing the two, it's most likely safer to test on the Slim, or there's no difference at all. Anyway, as far as we're aware, audio, because the game would still think it's playing audio, so I don't think that's a problem. The exception would be if audio changed in a level because of ball storage, but that's not really, like... I believe we've seen that once, and that was through, like... Basically, I got a sandwich driving effect before, where, so, in sandwich driving, when you talk to Mindy, it plays the title screen music. And then, when you actually load in, it plays the sandwich driving music. However, it was still stuck on the title screen music, so that is an effect. So it does kind of matter, but, like, not really, because it's, I mean, it is an effect, but it's just, you know. That's obviously not what we're actually looking for. We're looking for actual effects that do stuff.
Welcome.
No problem.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
To see what
Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
It'd be really nice to have more, ball storage testers. It's just that it's, like, the most discouraging thing of all time, because you just get them... Like, it takes surprisingly long to, like, actually test the effects.
This is a job for a manager.
And crashes are at least something, but then they just make everything take so much longer, because then you gotta turn the console off and turn it back on, wait for the shit to reboot. It's like, it's just... Especially on PS2, I mean, the loads are so slow.
I'd like to wake up now.
Okie dokie. Just keep in mind with, combats. Like, it's probably... What you probably want to do is just, like... If you load in and nothing looks different, just, like, walk off the edge, because then you're resetting the scene. Also, try not to ball, like, in combat, like, before you die, because I don't know if that would undo the effect on that, so it's probably just best to just not ball, like, when you enter the combat. Unless you're, like, unless you know that there's no effect. Because then you can get rid of the chain that you're currently on to potentially prevent crashes when you're trying to experiment with, like, other levels. Yeah.
Manliness has landed. I don't know.
SpongeBob?
mission. A new path. Queuing up.
That'd be really funny, by the way, if Mindy Skip actually got found on PS2, because then, like, even though the loads are slower than GameCube, like, it can actually play no pull storage, so... I don't think it would get that many more people into the game, because you still can't use PCSX2. And the loads are still so goddamn horrendous, but, like, you have another option at least. Yeah, I was thinking of, you know the one we, like, jump on the door and get a big high boost? Like, that was... I was pretty confident that that one would be fast.
It's going up. There's the edge of...
Yeah, so it might be in, which would be really neat. I really like that token.
With the...
Plankton is...
Ow! I'm not feeling like a game of catch right now.
No, you just need to, again, just ball to get rid of your current chain, and then start again when you're, like, testing chains.
I'm feeling like more of a man already. Whoa! It's a breath mint.
It might be a good idea to, like, test on, like, PS2 hard drive or some shit so you can get faster loads, because then it won't be as nearly as bad. Yeah.
A new path. edge of town?
Damn, it was almost a 211. I just remembered, for 2016 and 2017 vacation, I brought my Xboxes with me. I remember in the 2016 vacation, I was practicing movie light game RTAs, and I was also running Frogfish RTA. And, in the 2017 vacation, I think I was playing Battle at the time, so I was just doing like a no reset per day or whatever. That was kind of neat, and I'm not gonna do that this vacation, but I was actually like, I was gonna say like, oh, I could test ball storage on vacation. I think that's like the worst way to spend it though. Like when you're at the house, like doing nothing. Like, yeah, you're doing nothing, but like, I don't know if testing shit that will like almost certainly not give any positive results is like, I don't know if it's a good thing. I mean, if we're talking, like, a vacation implies, like, you know, going somewhere you don't normally go to for, like, a week or two. Just somewhere in England, because my mom will not get her ass on a plane.
Much destruction. It's going up.
Also, yeah, I think it's good to just, like, you know, I mean, 15 years is a long time, bright side. I think, you know, a 3-second time save. Is it just for ETU? A bash boost. I see. Yeah, I don't think... To be fair, I've barely used OPL, but I don't think mine's ever crashed in OPL. Anyway, I'm going on vacation, in like 2.5, okay, I have America in 2.5 weeks. Ish. It's Monday today, right? So it's, yeah, it's like yeah. I'm going on like the 2 weeks Saturday, so it'd be nice if I could get my 221 before then, so that I can like chill, you know, like when because then otherwise it'll have to be like, well, you know, I'm not gonna play the game for a week, but then I'll have to de-rust. Like, it'd be so nice if I just, like the day before, or maybe the day before that, just something like that. I just kind of, like, got the 221. Yeah, like, when there's, like, 2 days left, and then on the final day, just, like, upload it to YouTube. And then it's almost like, then it's just, like, a celebratory, like, week off in itself, because then it's like, oh, I've earned it, you know, I just fucking, after 150 billion days of this. That'd be, like, so goated. Hello, Crow. Thank you for the good luck. What's going on today?
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
Oh, when you said Cheese Coast, I thought you meant, like... Okay. Anyway, that's a really cool time save, Sky. I quite like that. It could be especially good if you lost Ice Physics glitch, like, if you're playing, like, Hundo or whatever. Star classes today. And good luck with your classes, then. Are you a frog? I think the title says I'm not a frog. But yes, hello as well. Ants. God damn it. I re-listened to that song yesterday. The animations and shit are, like, actually not bad for 2009, I feel like. I feel like you know... I feel like a song. Honestly, I don't think it's bad. What's up, Joe? I'm doing pretty alright. What about you? Cool, cool. Yeah, in my opinion, there is such a thing as, like, I mean, I do think it's possible to practice too much in general, but I also think it's, like, it's possible to practice a trick too much in one session. Because, like, after, like, 100 rub-a-dub skips, I would sometimes go for 200, and then I'd just play, like, way worse because I'm so fatigued. It's better to just, like, stop at that point. I love doing you, Mum.
I found one.
Speaking of rub-a-dub skip. I almost missed that. Good luck with the attempts. Hopefully you don't get burnt out from it too fast. Like, it's so discouraging after, like, 30 minutes. I would be really motivated. I'd be like, oh, like, we haven't actually tested that many combos. We could easily find some bull storage shit, like... in like an hour or two, and then I'd spend like an hour, and then I'd want to shoot myself because I found nothing. Howdy, Rubber. Yeah, I'm sure if I try hard enough, I can... You know, I was about to say something I probably shouldn't say, but yes, thank you for the good luck. Honk.
You have to get.
Oh god, big stink.
My dog's barking outside. Anyway. Yeah, I've been trying to tone it down with, speaking of things, shit, like, I've been trying to tone it down with saying, KYS, because I feel like I was saying it too much. For just, like, missing, like, a 4-second trick. Honk.
Ooh, that was loud. Don't watch me. Macho stuff.
German magazine? I don't know what you're on about. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you just keep Adacro, then, like, you'll get it consistent, because, again, like, originally, I was missing it so much that I truly thought it couldn't be made consistent. But then, like, Rubber was getting really good streaks with this, so I was like, okay, it must be possible to get this shit consistent. But I was just, I don't know, then I was pretty convinced, though, still, that it would, like, still ruin the game. And all it's really done is make it better. And I was pretty convinced for a while it'd make the game worse. And that's just like, one day it clicked, you know, and that'll happen with you too if you just keep going. That's not a German magazine, that's a Guinness Book of World Records. Rub-a-dub skip, you were getting like these big streaks. You were like really good at it, which like... It encouraged me because I knew then that we could get it consistent, but it also discouraged me because I was like, how the fuck do I have this many hours in the game and I can't even, like, get remotely consistent at this trick when someone else can? But it's like... Yeah, eventually, I mean, I got a streak of, like, fucking 50-something eventually. I mean, it took a long time, but it did happen. I mean... and when that happened, I was like, oh my god, the trick fucking works. It fucking works. Unbelievable. I mean, now I'd probably struggle to get it 50-something times in a row, but, like, I can get it 10 times in a row without too much difficulty. It's still a kind of hard trick, but it's like, I get it a lot more than I miss it. Yeah, I own that book. But I didn't know that, like... I knew I was gonna be in the book, but I didn't know that I didn't know before. My nan would just buy me the Guinness Book of World Records every year. Like, just anyway, she's been doing that for years, so I knew I was getting the book, but I didn't know until a couple days before Christmas that I was in the book. And then, now my parents, they always bring it up. Because I think they think it's a bigger deal than it actually is. So every, like, 2 months, we have to have the conversation about how amazing it is I'm in the Guinness Book of World Records. Yeah, we have a much better strat for it now because, like, Sky figured shit out. Orion and Sky. It's, like, the only good setup now. There's, like, a couple other setups that some people do, but if you want my honest opinion, I think they're all absolute fucking trash except for the one that most people do. Also, no worries, Sky. There's a lot of steps that go into a crow, so it's really easy to just, like, do some of the steps right and then do some wrong and not realize where you went wrong. That's why it's good to just keep recording your gameplay and just, like, looking back at it and shit. Olympic gold medal. For the fastest weenie parking in the fucking world. Purple Foundation, you get a gold medal. Your setup can be a lot worse if you get wood frame, but, like, wood frame is not something to rely on because it's a one frame. And if you press A a frame too early, you're fucked. If you press A a frame too late, you're fucked. So it's a lot better to not, like, rely on it. Again, I never get wood frame anymore because I purposely jump early. So I haven't seen wood frame in forever. Which also means that I'll literally never gold rubber dub ever again. Because that shit saves like half a second, so I'm never golding ever again. Unless we like switch to hard drive or something, but yeah, like... But that's fine. I don't need like the half a second. It's a one frame, not a two frame. I'm gonna earn a medal for my own country called Foundation Land. Yeah, that's a one frame in sliding levels. Guest jumps are one frame, because the way that you can... That was terrible. The way that you can tell is because there are two different types of jumps you get in BBBH and 3 meter. You get the single jump or the double jump, and those are two separate frames. In sliding levels, you only get the double jump, which means you only get one of the two frame windows, which means it's a one frame window. I believe what they did in BBBH and 3 meter, I think what they did, from what I can remember, is that they accidentally put, like, two slide layers, like, on the slide. So you're going down two slides for the price of one, technically, so when you jump on it, you got, like, you got two one-frame windows, so it's a two-frame window. You're a piece of shit. I'm sorry, that was mean.
Nothing can stop the mighty stun thingy! Da-da-da!
To be fair, Sky, I think to fully appreciate it, you'd probably also have to at least try out all Togems. Because then you'll be able to actually feel, like, what's different about it. And I know that's coming from someone who hasn't played all bonus levels, but I'm just saying, like... I've played a Hundo, which is very similar to all Togems, and, you know, that's just an extension of all bonus levels, so it's like...
Can I stop now? My legs are cramping.
That's what I'm talking about.
Just played Chocolate Creek. I think for me personally, that'd be less like a date and more like hell, but, you know.
To get to shelter.
I wonder, like, how much time I've just spent in total, like, just being in the creek area. Like, how many hours is that accumulated to? Like, 1,000,000? Yeah, well, that's good that you're making progress with it anyway. I don't know what the point really is. Well, it's not Hundo length, so it's, you know, if you have less time to play, then, you know. Also, I don't know, I mean, it just, like, removes some extra tokens that are just, like, kind of annoying, so it's, you know. I think ET would be a more interesting category, TBH, than all bonus levels. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, Misk. It's still a lesser category because it's cheating. No cheating in my speedrun. I wish my brain, like, didn't give a fuck if you were using cheats or not, but, like, it's just true. Like, I just care about categories way less if they have cheats in them, which sucks, because, like, I think, like, early powers and stuff can be pretty cool. Also, how come every time I'm, like, minus, like, 5 to 8, I just, like, have to miss a rock slide super jump? Really cringe.
Take that, you big monster thing!
Horse ice cream.
So many choices, so little time.
Big hair!
Africa, I think you mean hair.
Yeah, it's just human nature to just not care about the categories as much if it's cheats, so it just makes a lot more sense. Yippee.
This place.
I used to like playing that. It's, again, like, people just don't like arbitrary things as much, though. Like, at the end of the day, like, you know, I like that category. I think a lot of people, well, I feel like a lot of people don't really like it too much anymore because of, like, it got to, like, too optimized or whatever, but, like, you know, at the time, at least, people really liked it. But it's pretty hard to argue that the category would just be liked more by default if you could somehow get the powers, like, really early in without cheating, and it didn't require some, like, really hard thing that, like, if you just, yeah, if you could just get the powers for doing basically nothing, like, right at the beginning of the run, without cheats, the category would automatically be liked more.
Upsy daisy.
And that goes for, like, every cheat category in, like, any game. It's because it feels unofficial, like... You know, the true definition of any percent is beating the game as fast as possible without cheats. That's the thing.
These just ooze
So, like, from the get-go, it's like, okay, well... It's not truly legitimate to beat the game as fast as possible unless it's without cheats. And then that kind of mentality carries over to other categories. Second best category? Could be, I have high hopes for ETU. I would like to see some runs of it, though, before fully making my judgment. Well, if you ask, like, 95% of battle players, they'd probably tell you that they'd rather play any percent than ETU, than NG+. I said ETU because we were talking about ETU a second ago. NG+, I meant. Also, CBing everywhere is not automatically a good thing, because some of those CBs could be, like, LCBs or UCBs, and then it would make the route, like, really inconsistent.
Hey, this is great. You really gotta try it.
too wet for me. Ow!
Fucking hell. No, that would be early powers. ETU is that you have all of the... You can't use, like, the cheats for moves, but you can use the cheats for tasks. So you warp wherever you need to get 75 total tokens in mashup, or 40 in vanilla movie, and then you get guitar, and then you kick Neptune's ass, or in Mashup's case, you just get 75 tokens, enter the thingy, and then you beat Krista.
Whoa!
But no, our NG Plus is early powers.
Have you been lonely out here all alone?
Fuck off, man. Anybody hyped for the inevitable block boost I have to do?
And that is how
Plankton is
You mean, like, it's harder to make than expected, or the actual difficulty of the level is higher than you expected? Because I hate any percent. If I never touch it, I never have to get world records, so then I won't lose my sanity. Mashup's quite... I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to have a sequel be, like, harder.
That wasn't so tough.
Mashup... It's also fine for Mashup to be easy. But it is pretty easy, so, you know, making it harder is, like, fair. It more obviously helps us stand out then. Yeah, but it's fucking horrible, so I don't want to play it. Because you have to, like, fucking warp places that you're not even meant to be at, and then if you fuck up even a tiny bit in the menu, the run is instantly over, and you have to do that shit a bunch of times. I don't want to do it. These really awkward, like, menu navigations as well. For, like, duping tokens, I hate it. It feels so awkward and unnatural.
It's kind of hypnotic.
And in my opinion, the tech that exists shouldn't even be allowed in the first place. So I'd be doing tech I don't even think should exist. Fucking how, man? Fuck off. I've fucking never done that in my fucking life.
Have you been lonely out here all alone?
How do you fucking miss a super jump, miss fucking spew boost, miss quick Chris, and then do that, and monster bash? Oh, and then that's cool. I just forgot to fucking... I forgot that I didn't need to throw it. Yeah, no, this run... Do you have any idea what it would take to bring this back? I better play perfect for the next, like, 40 minutes or else there's absolutely zero chance. Welcome back. Yeah, I think that'd be fair, iPie. Like, I don't know what you wanted to do with the story. I don't know if you want to have it, like, immediately take place after Mashup 1, but either way, I think making it harder makes more sense. And the run's over. Because I missed the cycle... So I would have lost like 5 seconds. Because I didn't fucking hold forward for long enough when I double jumped or some shit. I don't know what the fuck I did.
Welcome.
Do VIPs have access to the Never command? I can't remember. I don't think they do. I'm pretty sure I've never fucking died in that way in a run before. I'm pretty sure. Okay, thank you for checking anyway. I'll do it myself now. What's up, Basic? How to Basic?
Manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always prepared.
to see what
A manager is always prepared.
simple but satisfying.
Also, if I played Xbox any percent, then I'd basically also have to play GameCube and PS2 any percent, and then I'd have to play 2 categories, not one.
Manager coming through.
Like, you can't just, like... If I were on a grind to, like, get all the world records or whatever, you can't just, like, get one of the any percent, you have to get both. And I really, 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 really do not want to play the GameCube / PS2 any percent.
I'd like to wake up now.
I would potentially... I would probably rather play Pokemon Stadium again for another, like, month than fucking grind GameCube 80% for a world record. No, my Xbox is not for sale. You'll get it cheaper. I mean, I assume you live in the States or whatever. You probably get it cheaper, like... Ah. Well, even so, all my Xboxes have a purpose. I don't want to sell any of them. I mean, a couple of them are not even good anyway. Like, one of them doesn't even have a working disk drive, but I still like to use it because there's a fat hard drive inside. It's got a big capacity. It's good for testing shit. And then I have another Xbox that has a fucking Thompson in it. But I like using that one for testing loading times and shit, like, because it's a pretty, like, it's actually, like, a good Thompson, so it's, like, good for, you know, testing consistency and stuff. And I also like using it, swapping disk drives with it. I leave the screws fairly loose on that one, so it's easier to get into. And then I have the Canadian Xbox, which, like, I love that one too much. Then I have the one I'm currently using. Then I have the Crystal, which I'm not willing to sell because it's a Crystal and it's my first Xbox. So yeah, basically that leaves us with no extra OGs.
SpongeBob.
Manly's? I mean, that just sounds like combo storage or something. I don't think Manly should have anything to do with ball storage. You don't just want any Xbox, you want, like, preferably 2004 or 2005. If it's, like, late 2003, that's, like, also fine, but, like, the later the better. Because, like, then you're actually gonna get a good disk drive then. No problem. If the sellers, like, don't have a manufacturing date on the bottom, like, if they don't show it, then you can just, like, ask. So I DM'd, like, fucking, like, a dozen people, like, asking. Might as well. Like, a lot of people, like, a lot of sellers don't think to take a picture of the bottom of the Xbox, because they don't know what they have, they don't know why it would matter. Bruh. Dude, come on. No, it's not. fuck, what did I just drag on accident? Fuck, hold on. I hate when you click on something in, I hate when you click on something in OBS and then it thinks you're clicking on, like, something else. Dude, I can't get it to... Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. I mean, this part is, like, slightly... But it's not, like, no, it's fine. Like... What do you mean I fixed it? I don't think it was. I mean, all that was... I mean, it was like this. And then I made it this. Like... I cropped the sides on purpose, because then... Wait, hold on. Let me, like... This, and then this... And then... Oh, wait. Ah, fuck. Why isn't it fit? Dude, I didn't stretch the top or bottom. Why does it not fit anymore? Ah, god damn it. How come it didn't fucking... It might actually be stretched a little bit. Probably. Okay, well, I can't do anything about that because I don't want, I don't want, like, a black bar at the top and a black bar at the bottom, so I can't do anything about that, really. I mean, the border? How am I supposed to... Like, Seth made this for me. I can't resize the border. How do I zoom in on OBS?
Ooh, so new, so shiny.
A fantastic new game.
Yeah, but, like, if I... What? So you mean, like, do this, so it's, like, purposely to, like... And then crop it like that? Like, is this what you're saying? Like, crop it... Like... Okay, I think that makes sense. Allow me to try that right now. Okay, I guess that works. Alright, thank you then. I honestly don't really see a difference, but, you know, it's... I mean, I haven't fucked with the webcam in a while. So... It's probably been like that since, you know, I got the damn thing. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a piss.
So catch the dance fever and look for the complete second season of SpongeBob SquarePants DVD box set, available October 2004. And of course, the complete first season of SpongeBob SquarePants DVD box set is in stores too.
Can you hear me now?
I don't know what to say about that.
I just remembered that, I think someone said in my chat earlier something, and then like, that kind of happens semi-frequently, where, like, someone says something in my chat, and then I forget to respond to it, and then I remember, like, an hour later, but... Shield your ears if you care about Fortnite spoilers, but apparently there's a leak that,
Never fear, good citizens.
there's gonna be a Simpsons crossover in Fortnite, so I think you should, yeah, be able to play as Homer Simpson soon.
Just
And I think
another
that's
day
very
in the life of a
cool.
manager. Boing.
I fucking hope to God we can play as Marge, that'd be so funny.
Short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Manager coming through.
Hello, Jesway, how are you doing today? I don't know, because Xboxes have gone a lot more expensive, I think.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Like, my most expensive Xbox that I paid for was...
Adventure. Just another day in the life of
Let
a
me think,
manager.
not counting the pre-modded, because, you know, it's pre-modded, so it's more expensive.
Short slide.
I think the most I ever paid for an Xbox was, like, 35-ish.
Always prepared. To see what cleanliness
The thing is, well, I have some gripes with Avatar, because, dude, every time I face an Aang skin in Fortnite, they're always so toxic. I can't stand Aang players, they're so horrible. Every single one of them is exactly the same. They're all so goddamn awful with how they play. They know how to use all the items to the fullest effect, and they will run like a bitch if they have, like, 50 health left, and fucking... No, it's just like, whenever I see one in the late game, like, I almost always lose to them. They're just so, like, annoyingly good at the game and so toxic. And then I remember this one time, me and Fireball, we were like camping this guy's card, and the Aang got away, and then we kept camping the card, right? And then, like, we were still camping it, and then the storm was about to touch us as well. And then he came back with his fucking fist, like a dickhead, and then, God, I can't remember exactly what happened, but, like, he somehow managed to grab the card and fucking flee, and then we saw them again later in the game, and then they just played, like, really toxic and killed us, and it was really annoying. No, but the thing is, though, is that, like, the Aang skins are, like, the worst for it, is what I'm saying. Like, there's a common, like... It's like that, and, like... I mean, there are some other skins as well, where they generally tend to have, like, particularly good players, voice crack, good players. But, like, Aang just seems like the absolute worst one. If there's an Aang, you're about to have the actual worst experience of your fucking life. Because, like, the playstyle is just, like, AIDS. It's like in Bed Wars, how, like, it's optimal to, like, speed bridge, but if you speed bridge, then you actually, like, deserve the death penalty. Sorry, that was mean. I just... Yeah. Anyway. I haven't really enjoyed this car meta. I'm hoping the new updates will be bussin'. I mean, I think cars will still be, like, pretty strong. I can't imagine they'll remove, like, all of the upgrade boxes, or if they do, then they might nerf the health or something, but in my opinion, I feel like, because cars were already just, like, the best way of getting around anyway, and then, like, all these buffs, like, they're just insane. And, like, and then, like, the responses were, I mean, Boogie Bomb was so toxic that they vaulted it shortly after it got reintroduced.
So much action.
Shields are really, really annoying. Shield breakers are really annoying. Magneto is insanely AIDS. There's, like, this glitch where you can, like, get into a car, like, as you pickaxe, and then you can pickaxe the car when you're in it, or something like that. I forgot exactly, but, like, it's just, like, so annoying, and I just feel like... Like, I don't mind, like, Cowcatcher and stuff, but I think, like... I think we gotta just, like, get rid of some of these buffs for these cars, and also get rid of Magneto while we're at it. I mean, speed bridging is, like, fucking annoying, though. Like, it's skillful. I'm not trying to act like it's skillful. But it makes the game worse. I mean, it's like how... I never play build in Fortnite. I always play no build. Like, because, I mean, building is incredibly skillful. It is. It just is, right? But I don't want to do that because it's skillful in a way that is horrible. Like, even though it adds skill, it does it in, like, the worst way possible that makes the game worse. A lot of people still play build. Like, it's very competitive, and, like, a lot of people still just play it for fun, but I think, like, a lot of people these days are also really digging no build. I mean, you can be really good and still play no build. You might possibly not be as good at building as you are at, like, other skills. Like, obviously, you're not gonna improve as much overall, but it's just, like... You know, it does have more of a focus on just, you know, being fun, but I'm sure some people even just prefer from a competitive aspect too, because it changes the way that you play the game. It changes the interaction, because in no build you have 50 regenerating shield and 50 additional regenerating shield. And, you know, that changes, you know, you might be able to barely survive in a fight, because you can't shield yourself with, like, these brick walls or whatever. It's like... You can't build a mansion because you got, like... Because you took, like, 5 damage from one singular bullet. So it's, like... I feel like it's more confrontational and aggressive. Except for at the extremely high level, when they literally build you in 1 second and ruin your life. But, like, what building's used for at the lower level, I feel like, is just... cock-blocking all of your shots in the most annoying way possible. Whereas, like, really good players use it to build to you really quickly and then destroy you. And I think both of those suck. Yeah, no build is definitely more casual friendly. It is easier to get into. Yeah, I've seen some tournaments, right? Some, like, really competitive tournaments. And, I mean, they're amazing at the game, you know? I mean, fucking hell. Time could freeze, and then I could grind Fortnite for, like, 2,000 hours, and I'd still be nowhere near as good as them. But, like... yeah. No. I don't wanna. I don't wanna, like, if it means, like, having to build, I don't wanna. You can still be really good at the game and just not build, but... I mean, yeah, you'll never be, like, one of the best players then, but you can still get really good. Like... Yeah, I don't, honestly, like, if I was, like, 16 or whatever, then honestly, I probably would just grind, like, building, you know, to get good at it, but I don't fucking care, dude, I'm 23, I don't give a fuck anymore. Like, I want to play the game and be kind of good at it, sort of, which I'm not, but that's what I'm aiming for. To be, like, kind of good for just, for non-competitive, just, like, no-build shit. I want to win a game, like, once every, like, session, so, like, every, like, 2 or 3 hours, I just want to, like, win a game. I don't want to ever be, like, a try-hard sweat in, like, any game ever again after this. After movie. Winning in Fortnite still feels really good. Like, I'm glad after all this time it still feels, like, really good to win. They haven't fucked up in that regard, I just think, like, some changes they've made to the game have not been good recently. I mean, some of them have been, but... Other than cars and, like, Magneto and shit, like, my other problem with this current meta is, like... I feel like there's too many, like, good items, and it's really hard to, like, have, like, a good loadout anymore. Because, like, I mean, Medmis is back, and then Flowberry Fizz is really good, and then, like, you know, Thunderburst SMG is crazy good. But then, like, if you don't have a sight on it, then you might want to trade it in for an AR, and AR can, you know, has longer range, and then, like, you kind of want shield breakers because it fucks with cars really bad, but then at that point you might as well have a sniper, but then at that point you might as well have a boom bolt. And then, like, then you just gotta... You know, it's just hard to, like, get a good loadout.
Queuing up.
Jesus Christ, Sky. I just think that, like... I just want to enjoy games. I don't want to fucking... I mean, I don't want to be bad at games, but I don't want to be, like... really good at them anymore. I mean, well, yeah, no, I mean, I'd say I was pretty good at Battle back in the day, but yeah, other than that, I feel like the only other game I've been good at is this. Which is, like, fine. I guess it depends on, like, the kind of game we're talking. I'm still thinking of trying to get good in Pokemon Showdown, but that's, like, a little different. That's more like, you know... I mean, that's, like, strategy. I mean, you know, Fortnite's strategy as well, but, I mean, like, it's you know, Pokemon, like, it hard focuses on strategy. What's up, Galaxian? Yeah, I mean, I'm biased because I don't care about fighting games, but, like... Honestly, right, I just... I've seen what they do to the controllers in Melee. I don't understand how that's enjoyable, to be honest. Have you seen what they do, bro? They, like, they fucking carve it out so that, they get full range of the GameCube stick. It's, like... It, like, physically hurts to, like, see that. They just take, like, a brand new controller, just absolutely fuck it, to give it, like, extended range. It actually hurts my soul, dude. Speedrunning is strange when it comes to competitiveness because it's usually single player. Like, you're usually running a game that probably doesn't even have a multiplayer, or if it does, it's, like, very disconnected from, like, what the main playthrough entails. But honestly, I think I just want to, like, I think I just want to, like, be able to play, like, a bunch of games and be, like, decent at all of them, as opposed to, like, being really good at one game but having to play it so much. And I think that's the conclusion I've come to after putting so many hours into this game. Because I've been just doing it for so long that I think I just want to shake up or something. But I also don't want to be, like, decent at a bunch of speed games. I just want to play casual games and just fucking... I mean, which I do, but not that much. I would like to do it more. Sometimes I just, you know, I play movie, and sometimes the game makes me want to die, like how last stream, attempt 9000 died on a knucklehead crash. And when that happens, I just... What did I do after that stream? I think it was after that stream. I played Fortnite. Yeah, I played Fortnite. And I'll tell you what, I got more enjoyment out of Fortnite that session than I got from movie, considering the game crashed in Knucklehead. So, yeah. Dude, I want to play zombies, but... That's actually, like, that's something I want to get better at zombies, but I don't want to get, like, actually good. I just want to be able to survive for more than 10 milliseconds. Because I just want to, like, what I like doing in zombies is playing custom maps that have a buyable ending. I'm not really looking for some kind of, like, obviously, I completely understand, you know, like, getting a... You know, it's like getting a high score. It's obviously, it's very skillful, it's cool, you know, people want to do that. It makes complete sense. But me personally, I like buyable endings because then there's a goal. You know, like there's a clear goal, there's a clear objective, and then, you know, you're kind of favoring guns that generate a lot of points, and, you know, you know you're not going to be here for like 60 rounds. It's just going to probably be like 20 or 25, which is much better. You know, you don't have to spend as long. And then you just get in, you have your fun, and then by the time it gets boring, you've already done. You're already done with the game, with the map. So that's what I like.
Hey, Lloyd, here's the one about the sponge that made it through the desert.
Valorant. Bro, I had to use a VPN when playing Valorant because I tried to connect to the American servers and it wouldn't let me, so I literally had to use a VPN. And I had like fucking 300 ping, bro. It was so bad. Anyway, that was the last time I ever tried to play Valorant. I don't really like Valorant. I mean, I get like why people like it, but I don't really. It's like CS:GO with like weird sprinkles of Overwatch in it. It's really weird, but I mean it works. But it's just I don't really, you know. Bruh. More accessible CSGO. I barely have any time in CSGO, so I can't comment on that. $100 ping's not, yeah, 100 ping's, like, not that bad. I mean, it could cause some problems, but it's, like, it's probably fine. As long as you're not doing, like, competitive, that sounds, like, not that bad. I got spoiled on Overwatch 1 European servers. I used to get like 18 ping on those fucking servers. It was crazy.
I found one.
Rebadeb. I lost that much time because I missed the token frame. I think I'm gonna bring my Switch on vacation because there are 2 casual games that I've been meaning, like, I want to put more time into that I haven't really. Kirby and the Forgotten Land and fucking god damn it. And Pokemon Legends Arceus. I barely put time into either of those 2, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, and also, I have like 90 stars in Galaxy. I was trying to get them all. Well, not the green stars. I was trying to get like the main stars, and I didn't do it. So, yeah, I think that I'm just for consoles. I'm probably just gonna bring my Switch and Steam Deck on vacation.
Almost there, buddy. Oh boy.
Yeah, when you're a speedrunner, it's like hard to find casual games sometimes that really like. I don't know what happens, but it just becomes hard to play games sometimes. But like some games, I don't really have any trouble playing. I might still do things kind of speedrun-esque where I try to like cut corners and shit, but generally I can still just play casually for the most part.
Jumping, jumper.
Yeah, I played it for like a couple hours, and it's like really easy, but it also means that you're not gonna get frustrated, you know, just having a good time. The game is beautiful. It doesn't drop frames very much. Like, it's genuinely, like, well-designed. It's cute. I like it. It looks nice, and it sounds nice, and that's all I want.
Ooh, that was loud.
Although, a couple of those, like, bonus challenges, a couple of them have given me some trouble, but other than that, it's been very smooth sailing.
Don't laugh at me.
Yeah, I really like playing Mario Kart Wii. I used to run it, but when I say run it, I mean, like, I mean, I knew the Funky Kong Flame Runner was goated, so I just fucking, yeah. But yeah. Oh yeah, I still need to do that 96-track Mario Kart 8 Deluxe run. A 360 is better for movie than it is for battle, but I mean, like, it's not bad for either, really, but it's like, I don't know what your intentions are with the console. Like, I don't know if, like, you're also looking to use it for, like, casual games. But if you're only looking to speedrun, then an OG is a better investment, because then for battle, you can use hard drive, and movie has advantages as well. But if you're also thinking, maybe it's, like, cheaper, maybe you're looking to play casual games on it, too, then you could, a lot of people would probably still just recommend that you get an OG, but, like, a 360 is, like, fine if that's what you really want. It gets the job done, for sure. Yo, what's up, Tilba? Thank you for the good luck. What's up? I am not doing that GDP. Yeah, I was getting into, well, I say getting into, I was just doing some time trials. Then I started, I think I got into speedrunning around the same time, but I never thought to run Mario Kart Wii, and then I saw that people were running Mario Kart Wii, so I was like, okay. And then I came back to the game and I was like, okay, because I used to play on the Wii wheel, so I moved to GameCube
I've
controller.
conquered all the chippies. I'm never gonna stop. Chips and peas and gravy. I've had the fucking lot. Pepperoni pizza and chicken vindaloo. I'm a big fat bastard. Cause I love my fucking food.
That did not work.
LA, LA, LA. LA, LA, LA.
Rubber, thank you very much for the 250 bits. I appreciate it. Though I was right, I did miss it. Yeah, thank you very much for that. You don't want to find an NTSC Xbox Alphatex. You want to find a PAL one and then mod it to be NTSC. Oh, yeah, I remember you said yesterday, Tilba, that you were gonna get 5 Guys. Anyway, yeah, so my goal was to beat all of my time trials times on the game. Keep in mind, I had like almost no experience with Mario Kart Wii on the GameCube controller, right? I beat most of my time trials like first try. Like I beat like half of them first try, and then like I don't think any of them took like a dozen tries or anything, except like I think my Coconut Mall and Mushroom Gorge were like above average for me. But other than that, I'm pretty sure the rest of them were done within like 5 tries, like max. And then I was like, alright, I'm ready to run the game. Though they kind of took an approach with it that I don't really like. Mario Kart Wii shifted to in-game time, but you have to manually track that, which means you basically have to have a capture card, but they, like, the way that the rules are set up, they have a cutoff time. So they kind of give you the illusion that you don't have to use a capture card, even though you need to put in the in-game times manually. And the only way you could do that without writing it on a piece of paper, which is ridiculous, is to record it, so then you need a capture card. And it takes a bit to manually... It doesn't take that long, but it just takes like 20 minutes or 15 minutes to... I don't know, it's kind of annoying. Yeah, like 5 Guys froze. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Like, it doesn't... Because it doesn't take that long because I have a calculator. It's just still kind of annoying. I believe the reason they did that is because Wii U is faster. But if you play on Wii U, you can't use a GameCube controller, and I think a lot of people liked using the GameCube controller, and also, who the fuck owns a Wii U? I mean, I own a Wii U, but, you know, it didn't sell particularly well, so in the grand scheme of things, who the fuck owns a Wii U? So... I understand it, but, like... I don't know, that kind of put me off. Kinda put me off. Yeah. I much prefer... I think, I think a lot of the best players use the classic controller, but I don't really like that controller. Because, the amount of time it takes to go from, holding the stick to pressing, the wheelie, it just takes longer on a, what's it called? Pro pad thing. The classic controller. It doesn't take as long on a GameCube controller as it does on a classic controller. Because, like, I mean, as horrible as the D-pad is on the GameCube controller, it's like fucking, it's almost touching the analog stick. And, because you move down to the D-pad, you move the D-pad up faster. Whereas on the, Pro thingy, because you move up, you have to move your thumb all the way from the bottom, and you have to move it up the D-pad down, and then you keep moving it up, and then you get to, like, it just takes longer to wheelie, so I feel like the GameCube controller is just better for, like, you know, because You don't need, like, as good of, like, reaction time, essentially.
Welcome.
I prefer the bumper buttons on the classic controller compared to the GameCube. I think they're way too fucking massive on GameCube, but other than that, I would rather use the GameCube controller.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
Also, maybe I just had a bad, classic controller,
It's a short slide.
but shit would like to disconnect sometimes.
Manager. A manager is
I just don't like that it's, like, why isn't it just like a wired thing that you can plug into the Wii? That's so annoying. I think that's really cringe that they just didn't make... I don't think they made a version of that where it just plugs directly into the Wii. Then I would have actually liked to have used it, honestly. I think I'd be pretty into it, but having to plug it into the fucking Wii remote, like, ugh. I don't like that.
A manager is always prepared.
Honestly, I don't like the GameCube controller. But I like it for Mario Kart Wii and, like, not much else.
Hey.
I don't know how they managed it, right? How did Nintendo make the sexiest analog stick that has ever been conceived, right? It's so amazing. It's so fucking good. It's so loud. It has so much personality to it, you know? And it just feels really fucking good to just, like, fucking spin around, right? It's like a 10 out of 10 stick. So why does the rest of the controller fucking suck? Why does the rest of it suck so bad? How do you make peak for the analog stick and then everything else is terrible? How do you do it? That's the thing, like, hardly anybody's gonna agree with me on that, but, like... I really don't like the rest of the controller, but, I mean, god, the analog stick, fucking hell, it's so good. Oh god, no. I mean, the C-stick's, like, okay, but they really cheaped out, dude. They should've just given you 2 sticks, like... We were in the era of, like, full 3D, like, proper 3D gaming, you know? The N64 was, like, and the PS1 were, like, the testing grounds. Now we're getting to some serious business. And we need 2 sticks. We need 2 big sticks. But they were like, nah, bro, C-stick. Let's just make it suck, like, honestly. Okay, right? The D-pad is bordering unusable, so let's get that out of the way, right? The triggers are so massive for no goddamn reason. I really don't like it. The Z button is pathetic. It hardly feels like you're pressing it. The stop button is not particularly clicky. It's kind of like... You kind of wonder if you even pressed it half the time. It's just kind of like... I think making it, like, nice and clicky, like the OG stop button, I actually quite like how that feels, you know, something like that. Or even the N64 stop button, that didn't feel great, but it's just more obviously you're, like, pressing it down. I don't like this little nipple, it's too small. And then, obviously, the C-stick is just, it just is inferior to the analog stick, that's just, like, you know. And... I don't mind the A button being bigger than the B button, but why is it so fucking big? They couldn't make it a little smaller and then make the B button a little bigger. I mean, that size difference is comical. And then, like, the X and Y buttons are, like, fine, I guess, but I always forget which ones which. Like, without looking at them. It's hard for my thumb to just, like, know where the button is, like, ahead of time before, like, hovering over to it. Like, it's just a lot more obvious on, like, a PS2 or an Xbox controller because it's, like, the buttons are actually, like, evenly spread apart, so it's, like, very natural. I don't have to think about it, but with the GameCube controller, I do have to think about where X and Y are. I don't like the PS2 controller also, but I know that's gonna be a very unpopular opinion. But before I get flamed for it, I grew up with the PS2. I've used the PS2 controller a lot. It's not like I used it for 2 minutes and decided it sucks. I put so many hours into a PS2 controller, right? So, like, I feel like I have enough experience to give an unbiased opinion on the controller. Especially because it was my first controller as well. So if anything, I should be biased towards it in a positive sense. I should be glazing it, but I'm not. Why does it weigh nothing? You fucking hold it. It's like some baby toy. It has absolutely zero weight to it. It feels like it was made in fucking, like, China for 2p. Like, if you buy, like, a knockoff, like, Chinese PS2 controller for, like, 5 quid, right? And I know because I've bought one of those before. Like, yeah, the buttons feel worse, but like, the actual, like, weight of the controller feels exactly the same. It doesn't feel any different. That fucking thing was made with, like, 5 cents of parts total. Like, they just put, like... It just has, like, no quality to it, you know? Like, it doesn't feel powerful. It doesn't feel like it was tested that much. It just... Like... It feels like they made a prototype and then stuck with it, because it just weighs nothing. I like controllers to have some good weight to them, you know? I've seen the 8-bit do Pro Controller thingy. I've seen it in, like, retro shops and stuff, but I just figured that I wouldn't use it that much, so I never bought one, but I've been thinking about it for sure. I see them every now and then. Yeah, I don't really mind the PS3 controller because it kind of fixes some problems. You have the option of wireless, but you can make it wired if you want. That's nice. But it weighs more because the battery inside. It still doesn't weigh as much as I'd like it to, but it does weigh more, so that already gives it bonus points. And I like the triggers. I don't think they're amazing, but I like them. I think they're good.
SpongeBob.
I already have a controller for PC, and I don't have an Android phone, so I'm probably not gonna get much use out of it.
A new pack.
Good job emulating. Did you, when you entered Depression Combat, did you, like, die to reset scene? Alright, cool. Just wanted to make sure that it was, like, being filled out correctly. Oh yeah, are you using the PS2 bowl storage sheet? Because I think Sky linked the Xbox one, but I'm not sure. I like the Switch Pro controller. I was about to say it's one of my favorite controllers. I mean, I don't like the B&A. I do not like the positions of B&A. I want them to be swapped, but other than that, I like it. Oh, a PS2 one already exists. Hold on. Where's the fucking... There it is. If you join the server, it's dead, but if you join the server, and there's 2 sheets, one for PS2 and one for Xbox. Yeah, I don't have any experience with the PS1. I like the Switch Pro controller because, like, it's got good weight to it. The battery lasts, like, 500 million years. Its connection is USB-C, thank fucking God. The buttons are nice. It just looks, like, really cool as well, and it's got, like, some nice grip. I respect its choice to not make the triggers, like, massive. And, yeah, just all the buttons feel good, like, just everything. Again, it's just B and A. I want them to be swapped, but other than that, I'm quite a fan. I was actually thinking of using... I decided against it eventually. But originally, I was actually going to start using a Switch Pro controller for movie runs. I never did it. But my adapter allows for Switch Pro controller support. So I was going to. So, I mean, that's something.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom.
I never ended up doing it, though. Because I knew it would take a while, so I knew my best bet was like, okay, I should take like a week off stream, and but then still like practice every day, so that I get used to the Pro Controller and even do like maybe like a no reset or two. But I never did it because I didn't want to. I wanted to take a break, so it never happened.
Short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Manager coming through.
To see what
Is it the Brook adapter, the Wingman adapter?
Manager coming through.
simple but satisfying.
Cleanliness is next to managerliness. This is a job.
Yeah, I'm not
for-
currently using it, but I do have it. Once upon a time, it was not so shrimple to connect the controller to Xbox, so I had to buy, like, this custom-made shit in America. It was expensive, dude. Which is really annoying because it only supports, like, 360 and, like, Xbox One and Series X. So I paid a lot of money for something that's less effective. But I still have the Brook adapter, like, whenever I want to use it. It has benefits for movie speedrunning, but we still allow it. Because, like, it's a technicality thing. It shouldn't matter where you bowl in depression now, it shouldn't matter. As far as we're aware, it doesn't matter what you do in the level itself when you bowl. Like, I don't think it matters. Yeah, rubber. So basically, well, you saw just then, I was trying to two-frame a token, right? And I got it. The start button on an OG controller is placed under the analog stick, so how are you supposed to, like, walk into the controller while also pressing the button that's underneath the analog stick? You have to do, like, obviously you have to be, move your hands in a very unnatural way to, like... And there are just some times where you're probably just gonna have to slow down. Or, like, you can make it work. I mean, most of the tokens we buffer, and you can make that work. But even the buffers are harder on the OG controller. Because they're still in a really shitty place to start and select button. So it kind of just is easier to use a 360 or just basically any other controller. Because the button is in a normal spot. But we allow it because, I mean, I didn't switch to the 360 controller for that reason. I actually originally switched for ergonomic reasons, because I don't like the OG controller ergonomically. And even then, how are we supposed to enforce that? We can't just force hand cam on everybody. And then, like... Some people still prefer the OG controller, so it's technically,
SpongeBob.
it does pretty much objectively give you an advantage, but for as long as people still prefer the OG controller, like, we can't technically say it's an objective, it just it makes it objectively easier, therefore we have to ban it, because it's the unintended controller. It's just a lot better to just let people use what they want, especially because, from my experience personally, 360 controllers tend to last longer than OG controllers, and new 360 controllers are also cheaper than new OG controllers. So, if you run the game for long enough and you break enough controllers, you will eventually get to the point where you kind of make the money back on the adapter anyway, so it's not even, like, pay to win. What's up, Bucky? Thank you for the good luck. How's it going? How long do controllers last me? Good question. I feel like it's gotten worse with, like, because I've been practicing more. I feel like rubber dub skip really, like, wore my stick. Probably, like, 8 months or something, I don't know. There's, like, some stuff you can do, though. Obviously, the left stick is gonna wear out faster than the right stick, so what I did... When, like, the little nubs on the stick are, when they rubbed out, I just swapped the two. And now they're both rubbed out, but yeah, that helps it last longer. Because, obviously, the analog stick's gonna die way faster, so... Even if you give it a head start by it being the analog stick and then replacing it, like, it's fine. You can also make them last longer by just buying replacement sticks. I bought them and they are good, like, they do work. Then the only thing you have to worry about after that is the A button, because that's the next thing to go. And yeah, that sucks, but you can still open it up, you know, clean the controller. I don't give a fuck what controller you use as long as you're not using its advantages. Like, I don't give a fuck if somebody uses a turbo controller as long as they're not using the turbo feature, basically. And,
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
and if it comes to a controller that has kind of like these like macro buttons, that probably shouldn't be allowed, but like, I don't think we've had anybody do that in the community, so it's like... Yeah, because all it would take, Galaxian, is for me to just be like, oh, I'm on an OG controller now. And then people would be like, proof, and then I could just have an OG controller in my lap. Just ready to dish out at any point, so I can just, like, hide using a 360 controller. Like, what's the point of enforcing something like that? It'd just be a pain in the ass. Some people prefer the OG controller anyway, if they have, like, bigger hands. Like... Admittedly, the 360 controller is like a tiny bit smaller than I'd like it to be. If it were like the OG controller size, I think I'd be pretty into that. Because like when I said ergonomic reasons originally, that was because I fucking hated the bumper buttons, and because... Thanks. And because my hands were smaller back then because I was still growing. It was like it's like 8 months or something, but you can like replace the sticks and shit to make it last long. Again, like I said, if you wear out the first stick a little bit and then swap it with the C stick, then you can get even more life out of it. Like, you can make them last like probably like a year if you take good care of them. Though I would imagine the cruise boosting probably wears out the sticks faster. Because, like, I remember, maybe it was a coincidence, but I remember before when I was running BFV Mix,
The manager is here.
my controller, my analog stick went from having nothing wrong with it to, like, I had to glue the rubber back on, like, twice because it got ripped. Like, pretty, I think cruise boosting makes it, like, wear out faster.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always...
The thing is, Alpatex, is that, it, like,
Neither pat.
at that point, I mean, that's still kind of subjective, like, I don't fucking, like,
Boing.
I don't care, I don't think anybody cares, like...
Always prepared. Nothing like a little...
I mean, even if you're using a third-party controller, it's probably still going to be inferior to a first-party controller, and even if you are using a first-party controller that has, mechanical buttons or whatever the fuck, it's just like, I don't know, man, I don't think anybody cares, you know? Yeah, I mean, if you just buy replacement sticks, I bought replacement sticks.
Hey.
Though you need to make sure you need to buy, the right ones. On white 360 controllers, the sticks are, like, shorter. They don't fit in the black controllers properly and vice versa. Like, I learned the hard way. I bought the wrong sticks. Like, I bought black controller sticks, put them in the white controller because I wanted them to be taller. And that was a bad idea because they don't fit. But right now I'm using a white controller. I've been using white controllers for a while. Just how it kind of worked out. Though I would personally recommend a black controller because it doesn't show dirt as badly. Like, being a speedrunner makes your controllers, like, fucking disgusting, TBH.
A short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
Like, it really likes getting in the cracks with, like, this controller. Like, all the gamer gunk. Yeah. While I don't know for sure, I do believe that it is probably worthwhile to switch to 360 because they, again, they seem to last longer, and getting a new one,
This is a job for
a new 360 controller, I believe is just cheaper, so...
manager coming through.
Sun-bleached? I don't think I have, like, anything sun-bleached, just... Oh, wait, no, that's not true. I have a pop figurine. It's sun-bleached, but I think that's it. Well, it's not even the figurine, it's the box that it's in. I kept it in the box. I feel like pop figurines are, like, cooler when they're in the box, TBH. But yeah, it's on the shelf, and it's not extremely sun-bleached, but it's very obviously sun-bleached still. Dude, there's a Cashies in Cardiff, right? It's so funny. They have a PS5. They have a bunch of stuff on, like, the outer window. Not the outer, the display that's, like, facing the outside. And, they have a PS5, boxed. And it's all white. The entire box is just completely white. I'm not joking. There is absolutely no color whatsoever. There is not a hint of color on that box. How fucking long has it been there for? And, like, that's so irresponsible to just not even think of that being a problem. Who the fuck would buy an extremely sun-bleached PS5 console, unless they're gonna, like, throw away the box so they don't care. But then, the box is part of the value, so then you need to price it appropriately to the value, and then it's just like, you could probably just get one cheaper unboxed then. But anyway... I don't mind cleaning the controllers, other than it just takes a bit, and you gotta do it frequently. Summer makes it especially bad because of, like, all the sweat you're building up, but... Yeah, I can understand being too used to something, it's why I didn't want to switch to a Switch controller, but... I think it's still, in my opinion, because... It'll only take so long until your skill level just gets restored. I mean, I don't know how long exactly, but... You know. Just practicing every day for a bit, and maybe some new resets, I feel like it wouldn't take too long.
SpongeBob.
But I don't think it's, like, necessary in battle anyway. I feel like the stop button's in a fine place most of the time. Because you generally have time to just, like, move to the stop button. Like, usually not, like, in a position where you, like, need to press it, like, immediately. I feel like... No, I was thinking of using a Switch controller, but I never did. Yeah. From my experience, I think 360 controllers are pretty PogChamp for speedrunning. Oh, yeah, fucking disconnect strats. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. When I was trying them out in battle before the VMSs, I had to, like... I had to hold the home button down for it to, like, it just... I was losing a few seconds. It was really cringe. ISO file! Game! My controller's wireless, so the batteries are giving it a lot of weight. So, for me personally, I like the amount of weight it has. I will say that, like, how often do you need to use a D-pad anyway? But, I mean, obviously, I understand that can... For some games, that could suck. Though, I don't think I know any Switch games off the top of my head where I, like, need to use the D-pad very much. But, yeah. You do? What do you use it for? I don't think I, like, ever use a D-pad in movie. Oh, no, I use it for one thing in the game. Sponge glide. I guess that makes sense. I didn't expect LCBs either. I use it for the plank DBB. It's because it's hard to, like, use a... You know, it's just nice, because... It's, what's the word? You'd have to, like, move the stick forward enough on the, and then, like, on the exact, like, react to it on the exact frame. It's just better if you just, like, treat it as, like, a button then, because then, like, you press D-pad up, and then the next frame you press start, and then it's just easier that way.
I'm feeling like more of a man already.
So yeah, I use D-pad for the plank DBB, and a lot of people use D-pad for rub-a-dub skip. Though I've never liked D-pad for rub-a-dub skip personally. Well, yeah, that explains then why I didn't think of that, because I don't play fighting games. When I was trying to think of, like, games that excessively use the D-pad. I was honestly just thinking, like, retro games. When I was thinking, like, D-pad. Playing Super Mario Bros. On my NES.
A new path. No.
Same. Anyway, yeah, the controller dilemma could be a lot worse. It could be like SM64, and then you have to decide between like OEM and Hori, or Steel Stick if you can even get your hands on one. That'd make things a lot more complicated, because like N64 sticks die in 5 seconds, so people want to buy Hori, but Hori controllers are extremely tiny, incredibly expensive. It's like fucking impossible to buy them new. And they're not as accurate, and then Steel Sticks are really hard to get a hold of and are really expensive. And, depending on where you get them from, they can definitely vary in quality. Oh my god. Come on, bro. Dude. Man, I knew this would happen, though. Like... Second run of the day, getting to Sunday 2. I already knew this was like, gonna be the result afterwards. It's not really, like, getting to me that much, but it's just kind of like... Like, I don't know, it's just kind of cringe when, like, you know what's gonna happen. What always happens is that, well, not always, but most of the time, I either, like, get a run going really early, and then it dies, and then I don't get anywhere for the rest of the stream, or I don't get anywhere early, and then, like, 4 hours into the stream, I get pretty far, and then it dies, and then that's the stream. And it just kind of sucks to only get, like, one run going per stream. Especially when, like, the run in question half the time dies in SCDA. I mean... Well, I mean, I got 2 runs to SCDA today, but one of them was... No, seriously, now, one of them was, like, so dead, I don't know why I tried to continue it, like... Why, it was, like, plus 12, I mean... Actually, no, it was, like, plus 14. I guess, like... I could have recovered that, I guess, but, like...
Welcome.
It would have required some very good gameplay.
Never fear, good citizens of
Me when I don't look at the screen.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure.
I'm still thinking of temporarily going back to old tokens, but I don't know if I wanna, cause like, it's probably my worst run on main right now. Actually, no, it's definitely my worst run on main right now. But it's still like quite good. It's just it's not really good, but it's like it's definitely good. But it's like it's just like a little too slow. I feel like I don't know. It's just like. But I don't know, because I got 7 Sunday jumps and the rubber dub skip, like, 1 frame thing. So it's literally, like... But the problem is that it was before, like, the combat strats existed, so there's a bunch of time save there. I now know how to do the BBBH combat warp thing that saves, like, 4 seconds. And it's quite easy. There's like a couple. There's like a Neptune strat that saves us a couple seconds, and then there's like. Oh yeah, my PB also lost a shit ton of time, and now that I'm in 1, it's like actually free time save. So when I think of all that, I'm just like, damn. Like that's a lot of time loss. Like I could easily PB, but it's not quite that simple. It's still like 2 minutes off the sob, so it's not even like, you know.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always prepared. To see what... A manager is always prepared. Cleanliness is next to managerliness. Manager coming through.
Also, I just don't want to like play a category that doesn't grab extras because it would really, really fuck with my muscle memory. So then the dilemma would be, oh, why don't you do it after Hundo then? But I wanted Hundo to be the grand finale. So it's kind of like... But I also don't want to, like, stop doing the extras and then play all tokens for, like, a month, get a better time, like a 10-second PB, come back to Hundo, and then it's like... Especially if I accidentally get an all tokens PB that's, like, so good that, like skill-wise, it took more effort to get than a 221 or something. Like, that'd really suck if that happened. Because then it would feel a bit anticlimactic, so it's like... I think I might just not come back to all tokens until there's, like, more time saves found. It's, like, kind of on the cusp right now, but I think if another, like, 4-second time save gets found that's, like, not hard, I'll probably be forced to come back at that point, I feel like. Because right now it's, like, kind of on the fence. After this run, I might get up the all token splits and have a look, have like a quick look at the time saves.
Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
It's also just worse Hundo, so that's another reason why I don't want to play it.
A manager.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. Ouch!
Nice. It might be, like, varied enough to, like, warrant its existence. Yeah, I think I timed Chris before. Like, it's slower than it initially looks, I guess. So, like, how far are you into, like, routing it? I mean, well, you started in the sense that you're timing tokens, so, I mean, that's kind of what I meant. The forgotten 15-second token sitting in the back, waiting to be discovered in 2030.
I forget?
Yeah, so in AT, I still played within 2 minutes of sub. And then as you know, like, no time save, like, hardly any time save. No time save, like... just not really any time save, and then, like... this is Rub-a-Dub 2, like, I got the 1 frame, so there's, like... it's, like, almost impossible to be minus out of Rub-a-Dub 2. And it just continues, like, this, like... there's like, no time save to speak of, essentially, until Now That We're Men. And even then, I got Spew Boost, so I didn't lose, like, that much. Even though the time save that is here is, like, free. I don't know if this has Quick Chris in it, this here monster. It might not, so that might be time save, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think this has Quick Chris. August 11th, 2023. Have I not played this category in, like, a fucking year? But yeah, then once again, there's, like, not really any time save. I got the Dennis 1 frame. You know, I got Sunday Jump. I have free time saving guess because I accidentally watched a cutscene. And then I got the 1 frame again, so I basically negated the guess cutscene time loss. And then I got pretty good guess jumps, and then I got 7 out of 7 Sunday jumps. Plank, I got, like, near perfect lag clips, like... and then finally, there's actually time save here. I could save, like, 4 seconds with, like, the combat strat. And then we have, like, a more consistent way of doing BBBH combat, so you know, I could probably play, like, 6 seconds off both golds combined, or 7. Maybe, like, 7 seconds off both, like, combined, like, semi-consistently, so that's, like, 4 seconds of time save. And then there's no time save here when I never play close to the golden weenie. And then finally, we actually have good time save here. We got, like, 15 seconds here. Or maybe even 16. But that's just, like... that's, like, 2 really fast Sunday jump misses, so... just negate that. Like... and also negate the BBBH time save with, like, 1 of the other Dennis frames. And then, yeah. So I still think it's unreasonable to beat these splits. To be honest. Like, even if this quit, like... again, like, assume I miss, like, 2 Sunday jumps. And then, like, both Dennis frames, and then there's, like, no time save after that. I'd have to play unreasonably good. So if anything, my Hundo run might be worse than my old tokens run, because I'm playing 2.5 minutes off of Sob, while that played, like, 1:50 off of Sob or something, even if the run is easier and a bit shorter. So yeah, looking at the splits just now, yeah, I don't think I'm going back to AT. I didn't fully realize, like, how little time save I actually had. Literally, like, combine that BBBH time save with the Now That We're Men time save, and that's just 2 Sunday jump misses. Like... welcome back. How'd it go? I've had Gatorade, I think. Let me double check if I've had Powerade. 1 sec. No, I've never had Powerade, apparently. I've had Gatorade, like, twice, but one of them was, like, some shitty sugar-free shit from Five Guys. It tasted like water. But the actual one I had, it wasn't really worth the sugar, really, but, I mean, I liked it. It was good, but, like, it wasn't, like... I think there's so many 7 out of 10 drinks out there, and that's just one of them. Like, most drinks are like 7 out of 10.
Welcome.
Like, 80% of them. And then the remainder are usually like, you know, if they're really bad, you know, it'll be like 2 out of 10. If they're mid as fuck, it'll be like 5 to 6. And if it's like really good, it'll be like... I feel like there's hardly ever any like 8 out of 10 drinks. I feel like they usually jump from 7 to like 9. But yeah. Yeah. So, we don't know too much about ball storage, obviously, but we believe that for PS2, it's tackling a different part of memory. But that could be a good thing for finding stuff, especially, again, I got no effects in any of the combat, I didn't get any effects in Depression combat, right? But if it's tackling a different part of memory than on PS2, if we could even prove... If we could even prove that it's, that it can do something, then that's useful for the combats. Yeah, the Gatorade, I got it from an American import shop. Which one's Tightrope? Yeah, it just doesn't work. It doesn't seem to write to memory at all, from what we can tell. Maybe there's some other way to write to memory, but as far as we know... Yeah. Mindy Skip will, like, almost definitely never be found on GameCube. Unless it's done through a completely different method. Like, 100% different. But that would require, like, 2 miracles. Oh, yeah, I remember now.
Hey.
I don't fail Tightrope very often, but when I do, I just, like, I hate the game. It's so annoying to miss that shit. Because that is, like, a big time loss. If you fuck it up, like, during, like, any of it. Powerade lovers. I would need to try Powerade. I don't know how it compares to Gatorade. I've only ever had the blue one, so I'd probably buy a blue Powerade to compare it. Welcome back, Chief. I gotta run this Sunday too, like really early in the stream. I can't remember if you were there for that, but since then. I also gotta run the Died in SCDA, and that's it.
Watch your stuff.
Routing ETU in vanilla was so fucking annoying. I remember, like, struggling to do that. Because, like, I thought I made a good route, and then, like, it turns out that I forgot that I don't have throw by the time I was trying to do 3 meter, and it just, like, fucked the whole thing up. I probably shouldn't have continued this, but since I'm already in sandwich driving, I might as well continue it. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, how many streams have I had, though? Just, like, the exact same as this one, you know? I mean, there's always tomorrow and the next day. Well, the way that it usually works is that I usually go out on either, not always, but either Tuesday or Wednesday, and then I also take the Saturday. So I'm probably taking Wednesday off this week. And I believe it's Monday today, so yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow and then take Wednesday off. Yeah, I'm using 1.6B. I don't really know the difference between A and B. But apparently it's different enough for it to be called B, so yeah. He didn't stream. Shame on him. You have to beat him up when he comes in here next. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with, like, the Xbox versions, but I think, like... I think that can be important for figuring out if your Xbox has a leakable clock capacitor, but if it's 1.6, then it's not leakable anyway, so you don't have to worry about it. Beyond that, I'm not sure. I think it's harder to hard mod a 1.6. But I'm not gonna hard mod it anyway, so I don't care. Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. Difference between 1.6A and 1.6B OG Xbox. The only difference between a 1.6 and a 1.6B is that 1.6B has Hynix RAM and sometimes epoxy over contacts to hinder modifications. When 1.6B came out, it broke the current mod chips on the market as the modified BIOSes they used were not compatible with the new RAM timings. Okay, so they're exactly the same, except it makes it harder to mod. Lamau. I love Microsoft. Shit was incredibly easy to mod anyway, bro. Like, it's a soft mod. They failed terrifically. I don't think it was worth spending any more money trying to patch that shit up. Trying to patch up, like, mods. Dude, I fucking hate Sony and Nintendo whenever they try to... Dude, did you, like, both Sony and Nintendo released PS3 and Nintendo 3DS, respectively, updates recently. And they just said, like, oh, general hotfix or whatever. Apparently, literally all it did was, like, revert people's modded Xboxes back to stock. So you had to, like, and you could just remod it. Like, so I don't understand what the point of that was. They spent money to, like, release that update where all it did, it would fuck over some people. Like, I think their plan was to, like, fuck over people and then discourage them from, oh, I can't be bothered to mod my console again. I could kind of see that on the PS3 because the PS3 is admittedly a little annoying to actually mod. The 3DS is so goddamn easy, dude. Like, I just don't see, like... Why, like, it kind of makes sense why Sony tried. It makes no sense why Nintendo would even try. What's up, Haft?
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini
Sponge
Bottom.
boobies,
The
neat.
manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
Playback, Blu-ray play. I put a Blu-ray in my non-updated PS3 and it works. So I'm not sure. That sounds like some kind of cover-up because I mean it was reverting shit to stock. Unless it was doing both, like to try and kind of like mask it. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, this reminds me, by the way.
This is a job for a manager. A manager is always
PS4 emulation is swiftly getting updates, and it's kind of amazing the amount of progress it's currently making. obviously they can't get too far. But in some actually demanding games, they're able to get them to kind of run, and I say kind of because they'll be absolutely fucked up, like, graphically and shit. And they may have horrible frame rates and crash a lot and stuff, but, like, it's amazing. In the past, like, month or something, I think Bloodborne went from not being able to boot it up at all to being able to get as far as, the main menu and some options in the main menu. If you get to the character creation screen, it apparently crashes. But, like, everything's, like, textured properly and stuff. Like, it all looks like how it should in Bloodborne, and that's amazing. I think, like, that's, like, the game that they're trying to get work on PS4 emulator, is Bloodborne. But obviously, it's gonna take a long time for it to be, you know, playable, let alone, like, actually good. But still, though, the amount of progress they made in such a short amount of time is incredible. And other games too, like Red Dead, are actually booting in, like they're getting in Red Dead. It's not very playable, but like they're getting in. And originally that wasn't happening. So I wonder what it'll look like in 6 months. It'll probably still not be particularly playable. But I mean, if it's going at this rate, I mean, maybe the frame rate will be good, or maybe at least like the crashes will stop, or something. Just something. I'm sure there'll be updates by then. They're updating the PS4 emulator a lot faster than Zemu updates, I'll tell you that, bro. Goon if they're a boy, and Booba if they're a girl. Die. What's up, Fireball? Yeah, modding a 3DS was a little harder back in the day when I first tried it, but now it's like... I modded like 3 more 3DSs since then, and it's a lot easier. Like, you had to do some shit with, like, Japanese Flipnote Studio, and, like, it was really stupid. It just required a lot more, like, work and a lot more downloads, but now it's so much easier. A lot faster, a lot easier. You also have to, like, I think you have to buy a game as well to get it to work. I had to buy, like, Steel Divers, I think it was called. I don't know how long the PS4 emulator's been a thing for, but... it can play, like, those 2D indie games quite well, and obviously they're working on it to get, like, these big 3D games working, and they're, like, actually beginning to kind of work, and it's amazing. A website? Yeah, you can... I think you can use a website. Hold on, 7 times 4? Actually, wait, no, because Stitch... how would that even work? Yeah, you would have to use the old task cheat, and then you'd have to, like... yeah, so... 7, 14... yeah, so it's 28 tokens, and then add 2 because of Acid Dead Yard, and then remove 3 because of Stitched. And then that would be 27. I don't think you can do that, iPay. I don't think there's 75 platforming tokens. Yeah, the 8 shop is pretty good. Dude, oh my god, I feel like 4 runs in a row here, bro. I downloaded the SpongeBob movie on the 3DS using the H-Shop, and it, like, actually, like, it works and stuff. I would show you, but I don't know where my 3DS is right now. But, I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool. They also had, like, Cookie Clicker, and it worked pretty well. And then they had, like... they had, like, this version of YouTube that was just better than the actual one on the 3DS, because, like, it loads the videos faster and it buffers less, like... so I used it a little bit, and it does, I mean, obviously it sucks, but, like, it's just cool. Cool novelty. I also used it to download Pokemon Omega Ruby. I already do have Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, but I didn't want to lose my saves. So, you know, that's my way of still, you know, feeling like I'm playing the game officially. Because what I'm essentially doing then is kind of like if I just kind of ripped my save file from the cartridge, you know? Modded 3DS is like one of the best choices you can make, especially if you're like on a budget, because like you just play so much shit, dude. You have any idea how many GBA games I've injected? Well, Pokemon hacks, but still GBA games I've injected into the 3DS. Like,
Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Cleanliness is next.
no sliding and driving percent, not sliding, no driving percent except for like 2 tokens, because we need them. That'd be the category.
A manager is always prepared. Curse smash!
It feels really cool to play hacks on like the 3DS, like GBA Pokemon hacks, because you still get that portability. Like, it still feels official in the sense that
Manager coming through.
it's using the Virtual Console, so like it actually like it feels official because it's Virtual Console ROM, and you're still using it on a Nintendo handheld, so it feels like official.
Hey.
I even just put like an unmodified Leaf Green on there before because I just wanted to play Leaf Green. I wanted to play Leaf Green, and I did. It was cool.
Up we go. Oh.
I haven't played any of the Earthbound games. I'd like to at some point, though. Well, the reason why I mentioned that Albatex is because the GBA was only kind of officially supported for Virtual Console. Because they only ever, that did not work. They only did it for people who bought the 3DS early. And then their excuse was like, we can't have GBA games on the 3DS. It's too difficult, we can't do it. How come, right, I'm able to inject these fat-ass Pokemon ROMs that are fucking huge, right, and weren't officially optimized by Nintendo, and they always work on the 3DS every single time without fail? I've never had a problem with them. Like, they literally just lied. Like, they did lie for no reason. I don't know why they did, but they did.
Welcome.
Put, like, any GBA game on there, it just fucking works.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Mystic End level, Sedge.
Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
Which one's Venom's I don't know many of the tokens by name.
From manager to, well, not manager. This is a job for a manager. See what
Dude, sometimes they're fast with the chippy, sometimes it's like, oh my god, like, okay. There's this one town where we take my dog, so basically my mom goes to the cafe because they allow dogs, and me and my dad go to the chippy, right? And usually my mom will text us to say that she's ready, you know, to meet up with us when we're roughly halfway through our food, right?
manager coming.
The last time we went to that town and she texted me, we have, like, only just gotten the food. Like, just gotten it. And we ordered the same shit we always do.
Hey.
Anyway, because I'm going on vacation, I need to plan now what I'm gonna, like, I need to see if there's any, like, GBA games I want to inject onto my 3DS, basically. Oh, I also should install games on my Steam Deck ahead of time so that I can play them.
Welcome.
Well, if you're just gonna use composites, then a GV USB 2 will work good, but, I mean, if you're looking... The problem is that my capture card is, like, it's kind of extreme because it needs to... Well, it doesn't need to be this extreme, but I got it for a good price.
A short slide from manager to...
But I used to use the Elgato HD60S, and, like, that worked, but it kept having disconnection issues.
See what?
Double one frame. Oh, yeah, I know that one. That one sucks. Because it's not even, like, just a double one frame. You also need to position Patrick, like, really awkwardly as, like, so aids.
A manager is always prepared.
And it saves so much time.
This is a job for a manager. Anyone knows?
Well, I got a good deal on this capture card I'm currently using. I got it for, like, 52 quid, and it's amazing. It can do 4K, like, 120 hertz, bro. Something like that anyway. It can do some crazy shit.
Well, I'd like to wake up now.
This capture card is so good. Makes me rock solid, bro. Yeah, sounds like the greatest category ever made, iPie.
Tummy in my tummy.
Yeah, that's the meme. God damn, loading screens are long. I thought I had my head turned for, like, too long. I was ready to hear the music for, like, an entire second before it actually kicked in. Then again, if I was, on a PS2, I think I'd still be in the fucking load right now, so... Not individually, but, like, when you factor, like, the no cheese load and the... Actually, I'd probably just now be done with Krieg, honestly, I'm gonna be real.
SpongeBob.
Well, back to the old grind. Please don't miss sandwiches out of bounds this time, bro. Well, I was looking for games I've, like, already played, but, like, to take, so that you have something to do on vacation, but, well, yeah. I would like to get into more casual games as well, but, like, that's, like, after I'm done with this game. I mean, on vacation, I'd have time to get into whatever, but, you know.
You sure you know how to drive?
I'm probably just gonna put, like, a couple Pokemon hacks on my 3DS, and then just take my Switch with me, and then, and I'm currently playing through ORAS and Black and White 1, and Black and White 2 is on my R4 card as well, so I'm effectively also bringing Black and White 2, so... Honestly, I'm kind of good to go. The only thing... This would be really, really degen, but I'm thinking of doing it because it'd be funny, and if it works out, it'd actually be kind of based. like, I'm gonna bring my Steam Deck. But I'm just kind of wondering if I could, like, get away with, like, bringing one of my monitors and, a keyboard and, a mouse. Actually, I always bring a mouse anyway for my laptop, but I'm, like, that'd be funny. Because then it's, like... I got, like, the PC set up at that point, bro. But that probably wouldn't work out. I feel like whenever I go on vacation, like, the houses always have, like, these tiny fucking drawers that you can't, like... You just have to, like, sit on the bed and slouch all week instead, bro. What's up, Koopa Troopa, Bloopa, Snoopa, Hoopa? I don't know what hacks, I'll go look into some hacks. It's kind of hard for me to, It's kind of hard for me to pick a Gen 3 hack these days, because, like, there's always something up with them that I'm not really, like... Okay, if it has hackmons, no. Immediately no, unless it's just, like, a legendary or something. But if it's, like, you have to fight with and against Pokemon that are fake mons, no chance, right? If it lacks the physical special split... then I'm probably also ditching it, too. Then, what else after that? I don't know, I don't really care for, like, Gen 9 Pokemon and Gen, like, I don't mind, like, Gen 4 and Gen 5 Pokemon or whatever being in, like, a Gen 3 hack, but I feel like when like, all the fucking Pokemon are in there, I'm just kind of like, why aren't I playing those generations instead? I don't know. And then, like... those are, like, the main things. I think those are, like, the main ones. Oh, and if it's unfinished, I want it to be finished, but that's obvious. Nah, I want a custom. I want it to be custom. I just, like... Hold on. I just don't want it to be too extreme, I guess. I don't mind, really, if it has the fairy typing, but, like, I don't really want to fuck with, like, Zemus and shit. I don't know. Nah, I wasn't talking about, Playground. I have yet to play it. But anyway, I don't know, just look into some hacks. There's a hack I'm looking forward to, but it's not out yet, so I can't play it, but... There's this guy who he made a quality of life crystal mod, a quality of life yellow mod, and now he's making a quality of life emerald mod. And most of the changes he makes I like. Because what he does is that he makes it still feel like that generation, but it's just like stuff that's kind of hard to argue against adding, because like it'll just be like nice little things. Like, for example, he didn't fix the physical special split, but just kind of, like, added more moves, or, like, adjusted moves, rather, to... So that some types aren't just completely shafted, and then, like... You know, better availability of Pokemon, like, changing up, like, a lot of the teams that trainers use. For a more balanced experience, you know, more fair, but also, like, harder, and... Yeah, I just, yeah, probably will do Infinite. I hardly run into issues in Gen 3 with backspace, but it does happen occasionally. But that's usually because I'm carrying, like, a bunch of, like, X items and stuff. Like, if I just get rid of the X items and, you know, and I remember to sell my nuggets and big star piece or whatever, you know, those kind of things. I almost never run out of room. But it is still obviously better to have infinite bag space, of course. Dude, in red, blue, and yellow, like, you have, like, no bag. I think you have, like, 14 item slots. Or so, you have, like, no item slots, bro. And, like, they all share the same slot as well. So, like, what you should do is, like... any, like, key items you don't need anymore, you gotta put them in the PC. Like, you just gotta be done. And even then, you'll probably still run out of room sometimes. Especially in, like, the rocket areas. Nah, I don't mind you asking questions. I like being helpful. Those will do. You can get, like, easy caps or whatever, and they will get the job done. You can adjust them in OBS to look good. Like, I know because I've used one. And you can make them look genuinely not bad. The problem is that, well, not only do they tend to break faster, if they're that cheap, they probably don't support 60 FPS. They probably support 30. The GV USB 2 actually supports 60. No problem. Oh yeah, but that's just if you want to use composite, you should get a GV USB 2. So you'll need, like, obviously just a TV or a monitor or whatever that can input composites, and then you'll need, like, you need to buy these, like, video splitters. They're pretty cheap, but you can, yeah, you can buy those, and then, yeah.
There's an owner's manual in the glove compartment.
Yeah, I got mine from Japan. The drivers will be in Japanese, but, you can use, like, text translate, and it won't be that hard. Or you could just watch a tutorial on YouTube, and it'll be pretty easy to figure out how to install the drivers. Oh yeah, and then when you add it into your capture in OBS, you want to go into, like, de-interlacing options, and I think you want to select, I think it's called YADIF 2X, I believe, and then that'll... I think that gives you, like, the best quality. I'm pretty sure it's YADIF 2X. If you're talking about, I think it's called Next Gen or something like that, yeah, I played it. And I beat it, like, a few months ago. I do like it, but I honestly, like, what I've come to realize is that I genuinely don't find the games fun if you're looking... If I catch every Pokemon, then the game's enough fun. It takes way too long to, like, fight these trainers that are higher level than you. They use shadow moves that are all, like, super effective against you and are really powerful and have, like, strong secondary effects. And, like, usually don't miss. And then you gotta get the Pokemon weak but not quite kill it, even though, like, a bunch of spread moves could accidentally kill them. And then you need to catch them in Ultra Balls, and then, like, half the time it doesn't even work, and then you have to, like, reset the console and, like, do it all over again. Like, it's so AIDS. I think the next time I play that hack, because I'm sure there'll be a next time. But next time, I'm just gonna fucking... just catch the Pokemon I actually want to put on my team. And then that's it. I'll have a much better time. Also, because then when I kill the Pokemon, I'll get XP as well, so I won't even have to grind as much. But then, like, the battles would be so much easier. It'd be nowhere near as bad then. I don't think there's an incentive, but I'm not 100% sure, because I did catch... Oh, no, I didn't catch them all. There's, like, a bunch of Pokemon that I accidentally KO'd, so I needed to catch them in, like, Mirror B fights, and I never did, because I just couldn't be bothered anymore. But, like, you probably get rewarded with something. I just, like... Yeah. Never again. I'm just gonna make the team that I want to make next time. And not have to worry about catching stuff. If I don't want to catch it. Bro.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. I did like the difficulty increase in the hack overall, but yeah, when trying to catch the Pokemon, it's just too much. God, this is a pretty bad run. I was surprised, right? I had Speed Boost Blaziken, but it was actually not nearly as good as you think it'd be, because there's so many fairy types that just completely wall you. It's crazy. I used to play on CRT, but I don't anymore. Well, you don't need, VHS is just like that old video format. You don't... Like, I'm just converting, like... Well, I was converting just composite. But, my setup is quite complicated. The Xbox is modded, which allows it to properly display 480p. And I use official component cables. Then it goes into the OSSC, which is an HDMI converter. And they have the 2x option enabled, so it's doubling the line count as well. So this is as high resolution as you can get on that device, and it's very expensive. Then that goes into my capture card, which is a PCIe capture card. Well, that's composite. Composite, a lot of consoles had composite. Xbox is just one of them, but I'm using component. Nah, it's just like, it's usually just referred to as either composite or AV. But yeah, my setup is very expensive, and it could be better too. There's this HDMI converter that's like fucking 400 quid or some shit. That would make this look even better, but without going absolutely overboard, this is as good as it's gonna get. Also, yeah, I don't know if I can necessarily recommend component cables for Xbox because fucking hell, they're expensive. I mean, there might be a potential workaround you could do, but it depends because it's very niche. So apparently the OG and 360 component cables are like basically the same. It's just the input is, because obviously the port, like the way you plug it in is different. Like the Xbox video port is different. Some people have kind of like connected the cables together, and then you can, so basically it has, like, an OG end, but it's using 360 component cables. So you can, like, do that. And I have seen listings of that on eBay. But by listings, I mean listing. I saw one listing, and it was still, like, 20-something quid, which actually is quite good. But mine are official, and it costs 65? No, the Xbox came with composite, and if you wanted the component cables to really shine, you need to mod the Xbox and then enable 480p.
You have to get.
Like, I bought the component cables like a few years ago. Sub gaming guy. I know my parents are watching the Olympics. Well, you know, I'm not trying to sound, like, annoying or whatever, but I personally don't know anybody around my age who, like, cares about the Olympics. That's not me saying it's, like, stupid to care about the Olympics, but I'm just, like, I didn't know it was ending today, and yeah. The most I heard about the Olympics when people... I think this happened in the Olympics, when people were, like, misgendering a cis woman because they thought she was trans. And that's the most I've heard about the Olympics. Yeah, she was born with, like, a fuck ton of, like, testosterone or something, so... She had, like, the unfair advantage or whatever. But it's, like, that just kind of happens anyway. I mean, what if you're born, like, quite tall? You'll probably be better at running. It's, like... This isn't even a matter of fucking gender. It's literally just, like... They just won the fucking genetics lottery when it comes to, like, physical strength. Like, as a woman. Like, it's not even, like... It just happens sometimes, you know? Like... These events aren't perfectly fair. Like, there's gonna be some... slight, you know, inconsistencies. I don't want to, because I don't know, like, how hard that hit actually was. It might have been harder than it might have been a harder hit than it looked, but that did make things worse, just, yeah, giving up after, like, one hit. Definitely made things... I saw a fucking GoFundMe for her, by the way. I can't believe that. I want to get hit once and then have a GoFundMe. What the fuck? That sounds awesome. Can someone hit me and then get a GoFundMe, please? But yeah, that was like the most I've heard about the Olympics, and like... Yeah, I think that was just kind of like a whole because like, it was just... Again, like what did it show? I mean, some people are born with, like, unfair advantages or whatever, but it's literally, like, that's just... Again, if you have longer legs, you're probably gonna be a better runner. Or even just, like, you could just be born, like, randomly, like, you know, you know those kids who are just, like, their parents are, like, average intelligence, but for some reason the kid is, like, insanely fucking smart out of nowhere, and he, like, graduates university at, like, 14. Like... You know, just as an example, what if a kid like that just started getting really into chess? Is it unfair because he was, like, born, like, unreasonably smart? You know what I mean? Like... Like, what matters, really, is who is the best. But people are like, no, it's not fair, but it's like, it's never really been that fair. I don't think it's been that fair, like, ever. Has it ever been that fair? Because, like, I don't think it has. I mean, it can mean you're naturally better at chess. Like, I'm just saying. You might learn it faster. You might get good faster. Because I missed the trick, I was just practicing it real quick. No, like, I fucked up the trick and so Rum was dead. Like, and then I reloaded the level and did it again to practice.
Welcome.
Yeah, like, I'd probably be fucking horrendous at basketball, but that's fine, because, like... I mean, I don't know what sport I mean, I'm not gonna be good at any sports. I never leave the house, but I just mean, like... If I experimented with, like, every sport... Well, I think the sport that I was best at was, like, swimming, from what I can remember. And maybe if I, like, got really into swimming, like, maybe I could get really good at it, maybe. But, like, that's the thing. Like, I'm sure, like, for a lot of people, there's still, like, that one sport that they could be good at if they just, like, you know, really went in on it. Like... Well, yeah, that counts for everything, but that's what I mean. Like, not everything being, like, fully fair, if we're gonna use that word.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
People, like, learn things at different speeds, and they apply their knowledge differently. Some people need more help, some people need less help, some people just have the genetic advantage. Some... It just really got shafted. Like...
See what? Cleanliness is next to managerliness. Vacuuming up manliness, even in the corners. A manager is always prepared.
Oh yeah, I know it's not, like, the exact same thing, but I still feel like it's... I mean, well, it can definitely be discouraging. The speedrunning, I'm a slow learner, and it really bothers me, because, like, there are genuinely... There were people learning rub-a-dub skip faster than me, like, despite the amount of time I have in this game.
Hey.
Like, players with, like, above, like, a 110. Like, you know, like, some people with, like, 116s or whatever, like, just actually getting the trick, like, more consistent than me. And it's really, like... It really aids. It really discouraged me. Cricket? I barely remember cricket. I remember playing cricket. I can barely remember the rules of cricket. I mean, it works kind of like baseball, right? If you can hit the ball, like, really fucking hard, then... I mean, that's something. Oh, I know. I think I'm mixing up the sport, actually. Am I mixing up the sport with something? What's cricket? Oh, I know. Is cricket the one where you hit the ball, like, through the hoops? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I've never played cricket. Ah, fucking hell, bro. Which one's cricket? I don't even fucking... Is that just baseball, but, like, worse? What is that? I don't even, like...
SpongeBob.
Okay, I feel like I played a scuffed version of cricket when I was in school. Because I'm, like, vaguely remembering some of that shit, but I do not remember two people batting in turns. Wait, when you say two people, do you mean two teams batting in turns? Because that's... No, like, I've definitely played cricket before. But, like, I remember the rectangular bat. I've definitely played cricket before. It's just been so long that I don't remember any of it, but I have also played rounders. Okay. Also, in my defense, British sports or whatever, I don't give a fuck. Hacky smacky. I played shit yesterday, so I should probably not play something for a couple days, like a hack. You probably get hacky smacky in a few days or something, bro. Downloaded a couple. I don't know when I'm gonna do, Playground, because it's quite... I'll just do it, like, alongside another sub-goal again. That's not very nice, iPie. I think you should apologize to the Skydome Flowers right now. Aw, man, that was almost peak. I still need my 239, because I know it's possible, it's just really, really, really hard. Bowl. That actually makes sense. I wasn't even considering bowl. You could, like, hit him from further away, so maybe it could even be, like, faster than... using, like, spin and bash. Well, you need to use bash for some of it, but yeah, compared to spin. Bash or smash? Goofy Gooba, bash or smash? The puddle exists on Xbox. I just think sometimes there's... I think, I don't know, like, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. And I don't know why. There's probably, like, an actual explanation for it, but I don't know.
Destruction.
Exactly, it's fucking stupid. The spitters. Who the fuck sees that enemy and their first thought is not, oh, he's spitting at me. You instead go, oh, he's flinging at me. Like, why would that be your first thought instead of he's spitting at me? Like, when you're a kid and you play the fucking game and you see those enemies for the first time, did you say to yourself, oh, he's spitting at me, or did you say he's flinging at me? Which one did you say to yourself? Like... But, like, when... Like, if Kid You had to, like, give that enemy a name, you'd probably say it's, like, the spit guy or the throw-up guy or something. There's no fucking way you would have said Flinger. Literally never would you ever say that. That reminds me, I don't think I used the never command earlier when I was supposed to. I don't even know if that's in response to Roboto, I'm gonna be real. Oh wait, no, the spitter, right? I don't think that's what I thought to myself personally. Dude, there's like some IGN footage of like a version of movie that's really close to the final version, and like it's really close, but the spitters just aren't textured for some fucking reason. And I don't remember seeing them in any beta footage or anything, so like they might have actually been added like fairly late in the game. Like, it makes me wonder if, like, if temporarily, like, they were using, like, chucks or something. Or if they just, like, didn't have any enemies. Representing Spitter in the meantime. Or if they did, but they just didn't texture him for a really long time for some reason. And we don't know if the other Spitters were textured. Like, maybe Spitters weren't meant to appear in 3K, and then, I don't know, who knows. They should have posted it in Uncanny Valley then. TBH. This is why we need movie alpha, bro. Why would you... Okay, why when you buy Battle Movie Alpha, why do you just go, like... You know, I don't really feel like having these anymore. You know, preservation's important. So, I know what to do. The correct solution is not to dump the files online. The correct solution is actually to donate it to the video game museum when no one's ever going to be able to play it ever. And it's just going to slowly degrade until it fucking dies in 2040. Yes! It makes so much sense. I'm so pissed about that, bro. Capture cards, like, always have delay, essentially. Some of them have it worse than others, but to put it into perspective, my... Not the Elgato, but my capture card before that, it had, like, oh my god, it had, like, 0.8 seconds of delay. So obviously unplayable. And even the Elgato HD 60S, that had, like, 2 frames of delay, which is still kind of nasty. I mean, 1 frame's, like, fine, but 2 frames is, like, bro... I don't know how much delay the GV-USB has. I mean, if it only has, like, a frame, then, like, you could. But, like, that's not a good way to play still. Like, it's still better to play on, you know, using your actual TV or whatever, your monitor. That, too. Splitters are really cheap. You should just get splitters. Like, I think mine were like fucking £2 something. You would need a second monitor, though then the problem would be that you would need a monitor with AV input, or you would need an HDMI converter. But then at that point, you would also then need an HDMI capture card, or you need some, like, really funky setup with your AV cable so that, like... I don't even know how you'd make that work at that point. You need, like, one of the inputs, like, going into the GV USB 2, and then the other input going into the monitor or something. I think you'd have to do something like that. Of course, it failed at the last moment. Oh my god. Hold on, let me... I forgot to do that earlier, so... doing it now. Well, yeah, the problem as well, then, is that, like, a lot of TVs will usually have, like, some amount of delay on them, which in itself is an issue. My personal recommendation would be to get a second monitor, because second monitors are just amazing in general for PCs. And then that can just be what you use to speedrun. But then it complicates things because, you know, it'll probably be HDMI input. Dude, I have an old TV that's almost goated. It's almost so goated, right? It's like 18-inch or whatever, so it's big enough. It's like flat screen. It does composite, component, S-video, RF, fucking, it has a built-in DVD player. It has RGB SCART. It has physical buttons, so you don't even need a remote. It's so goated. So what's the problem? It has a frame of delay. Yes! Now it's fucking unusable. Yes! It was almost so good, bro.
Welcome.
It was almost peak.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day.
But it was
in the
not
life of a
peak.
manager.
It was actually sucky.
Upsy daisy. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. This is a job for a manager. To see what manager coming through.
I think it's either 0.016 or 0.16. I don't remember which one, but yeah, it's
This is a job for a manager.
the problem is, like, you can feel that is the issue.
Always prepared.
Like, for speedrunning, you want no delay. Well, you want under a frame of delay. As long as it's under a frame, I think it rounds down to 0. Millisecond delay.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. Oh!
Like, you'd be able to feel it, just as an example, in this game you'd be able to feel it because, like, even for the 2-frame jumps, like, you'll have to, like, press A frame later than you think you need to, or earlier, rather, because then the delay will kick in, and then, yeah. Like, you can get used to it, but it's obviously not ideal. I might make this the last run just so I don't risk streaming until fucking, like, 12 a.m. I want to go offline and record some lines for my video. Again, like I said, in the newest batch, there were like 20 or something I wanted to redo, so if I could even redo like 5 or 10 of them now, that'd be nice. You know, just get them out of the way. Yeah, I'll make this the last run. I mean, if it dies in sandwich driving anyway, it'll get to, like, it'll be, like, 9:59 p.m., which is basically 6 hours, so... Being productive off-stream, ayo. Yeah, my parents will go to bed at, like, 11:20 or some shit, so I have until then to record the lines. If I can do them all, then that'd be great. Then I would just, Though, you know what happens, right? I always kind of, like, forget the voice that I'm doing. Because I usually go, like, half a week without doing any lines, and then when I need to do them again, I kind of just, like, forget how to, you know, how far away am I supposed to be from the mic and all that stuff. But, yeah, if I could just quickly figure that out, then that'd be nice. I would have done some things differently if I would have made the video now, but I'm just keeping it as it. Well, I'm still thinking of changing one thing, but yeah. It won't be too long now until it's actually finished, but like I said before, it's not coming out until I'm done with this. I can't, like, still be doing this as the video comes in, because if by some miracle it actually does well, I can't just be holding myself back, not being able to work on videos fast enough to capitalize off of the growth, like, because I'm too busy doing this. I'll just fucking have it stored away, contained even, until it's time. And then in the meantime, I'll be working on part 2. I haven't other than I worked on it once, like weeks ago, but other than that, it's been a long time since I worked on it. But that video was estimated to be, like, roughly 2 hours long. And I would say it's, like... I'm like 40 minutes in right now. No, I need to do like 15 more minutes of audio. Change the frequencies of certain lines so you can't hear the pops. And then add music. Though I already know what music tracks I'm adding because they used to be in the video, so I'm just gonna add them back in. Also, yeah, this is, last run. Definitely now. Definitely the last run. If I could bet on that, then I'd have, like, no time to do my lines. The GV USB 2 is a USB device. No problem.
Is the room spinning or is it just me?
God damn it. Fucking voice crack, kill yourself. I've had a run over time that got to SCDA 2. I'm trying to remember if I got one further than that. But that might be the furthest it's gone, but I'm not 100% sure.
A new path.
Eh.
I've conquered all the chippies. I'm never gonna stop.
Thank you.
Chips and peas and gravy. I've had the fucking lot. Pepperoni pizza and chicken vindaloo. I'm a big fat bastard, 'cause I love my fucking food. LA, LA, LA. LA, LA, LA.
Roboto, thank you very much for the 250 brev. Thank you for conquering all the chippies. I had a voice crack before that made me laugh pretty hard. I just said the word yeah, but like I don't even think I could replicate like how crushed the word yeah was when it came out of my mouth. It was like seriously, like it was unbelievable how bad it was. It was the single worst voice crack I've ever had in my life. Like I couldn't believe it, and I just didn't know what to do other than just like laugh. I didn't even I don't think I could replicate it, but it was like yeah, like that. And you want to know how long ago that was? That was literally like a year ago or something. That wasn't even when I was like 16. It was like a year ago. Second puberty. Looking to hurry up so I can stop voice crack. Dude, I've thought about this. I mean, obviously it's never happened because I've never put myself in a position for this to happen. Could you imagine if I, like, got movie into GDQ, and then, you know, people are enjoying the run, like, we're having a good time, the run's, like, not bad, and then I just have, like, a really fucking awful voice crack in, like, Now That We're Men? I think I would just, like, pause the game and walk off. Like, I've always thought about that. Like, what if I voice cracked in, like, an event like that? Because, like, that's gonna be, like thousands of people are gonna see that, too. And then, even the people who didn't catch it live, they might watch the VOD when it gets uploaded, and then even more thousands of people will watch that. And then, yeah. I mean, it's just, like... It'd still be better if it didn't happen, though, is the thing. So, yeah, if it could just not happen, that'd be great. I'd probably be playing no pull storage, so I wouldn't have to worry about that. The worst I'd have to worry about in that regard is, like, either random crash or Mindy skip failing. There's, like, GDQ cringe compilations. I don't know if they, like, still exist, like, now, but they're pretty popular back in the day. I remember the one that was, like, I'd really prefer if you'd stop talking right now. That has to be, like, the most embarrassing moment in all of GDQ, I feel like. Like, honestly, I have not seen that clip in years because it genuinely, like... I don't know if there's anything out there that gives me more secondhand embarrassment than that clip. I just can't. I don't know what it is, but I just, like... I cannot do it. I've only watched it fully, like, once. Like, it's so physically painful. I'm pretty sure the guy, who got told to shut up, I'm pretty sure I think he was controversial in himself. I think there were, like, clips of his mother, like, yelling at him or something, and also, like... I think he also cheated, like, a Paper Mario run. I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of the right guy. He went down a dark path after that, bro. Yeah, and I have no idea what he's up to these days, but he's probably... I wouldn't be surprised if he's just off the internet. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Yeah, fair enough. I mean... You know, to get away from the cringe, basically, like, how can you escape the cringe if, like, your name is associated with the cringe, so it makes sense, like... Well, either way, hopefully he's, like... You know, doing fine now, I suppose. Like, just happy doing whatever, you know? Oh, yeah, I fucking forgot about that. Oh my god. That fucking clip where he's telling people to, like, do the floss and literally no one's doing it. Oh my god. That... Now that's up there. The secondhand embarrassment. That clip is really fucking funny, though. I can occasionally stomach that clip because it's just so fucking funny. There's a lot of, like, ninja moments that are really funny. You know the one where he's like, "The fuck do you say to me, you little shit? How are you not in fucking school?" God, I love that man, he's so funny. Sometimes he just says, like, actually stupid stuff, but most of the time when I hear news about him, it's funny. You kiss your mother with that mouth? Yeah, no, cringe compilations give me AIDS, but I used to watch them back in, like, 2016. I mean, you can imagine what I was watching in 2016, fucking... That SJW Feminist gets fucking triggered compilation. 2016, hashtag dank memes. Someone kill me now. Man, that was really good, sandwich driving. I kind of peaked. Yeah, I usually, like, mute or, like, or, like, just kind of, like, look away from the screen. Occasionally, I do have to, like, get up, but, like, out of my bed, but usually I don't have to do that. But that's, like, that's for, like, the worst of the worst. I was trying to watch an anime yesterday, and halfway through the first episode, something happened that made me, like, mute. And to be honest, I can't even really remember what it was, but it was, like, what the moment was. I wish I was better with that stuff. Like, if I forced myself to watch that shit, I know I'd build a tolerance, but it's just so hard. So hard. I don't want to feel physical pain when watching stuff that's supposed to make me laugh. It's supposed to be funny. Like, I mean, I'm into comedies, but sometimes they're so fucking uncomfortable because they do a good job. Like, they write them in a way that obviously is meant to be uncomfortable. But it just, like, hits home too much. Yeah, I think a lot of people do that, TBH. I would like to see some sort of survey. I want to know how many people do it, like percentage-wise. Yeah. Yeah. Hell, I mean, there were even moments in Breaking Bad, right, with, like, not that many, really, but there was still quite a few times where I'd, like, mute the fucking thing.
That giving up manliness.
This run's gonna get to now that we're men, isn't it? It's gonna get to now that we're men. I'm gonna make, like, 3 mistakes, and the run's gonna die, and then I'm gonna be like, fuck this game, I'll see you tomorrow. Excuse me, brev. Do I need to retime that?
I found one.
Maybe I should. God, there's even more work I gotta do after stream. Fuck.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running around here?
Dude, the fucking worst is when I think something golded, so I highlight it, and then it didn't fucking gold. Oh my god, especially, like, sometimes when you export to YouTube, it'll just take 5 billion fucking years to process HD, so I can't use, like, the YouTube frame timer until it processes HD. And then, like, it just takes way too goddamn long, and then when it finally works, you retime it, and it's not faster. Holy shit, I hate that so much. I guess you could, yeah, you could go from... You could, like, exit from the pad, and then... drive backwards, and you can get one of the tokens, like, really fast.
We're almost there, buddy. Oh boy.
No way it's faster. Don't crush my dreams, bro.
You have to get.
Have to get.
Little guy, big steak.
Bro. Dude, I'm already losing time to split. I'm actually, like, at least +2 right now. Nah, I didn't lose enough time. I can't even, like, throw and just be like, oh yeah, I'll just do, like, unbuffed disco skip, because buffed disco skip is what makes the ledge grab go from basically never happening to semi-consistent. Like, you know, the buffer effectively saves time. So I can't even do anything risky like that. Finally, pyramid backwards.
Ouch.
Alright, can I miss this, please? That would work, but it would, like, definitely only capture your shit in 30 FPS. So it's up to you whether you care about that or not.
We're men.
100% ET, you might as well just play Chundo at that point, bro. Yeah, I doubt that's gonna be fast still, Sky, TBH. I'm losing more than I thought.
Fun gathers no barnacles.
Oh my god, Huh? Okay, can I reset now? No, 60 FPS isn't required, it just looks a lot nicer. Dude, I want to reset, but, like, this run's technically fine. Chungus reference. Yeah, but I wanted to get offline at, like, 10. But now I can't be productive, or I can't be as productive. And it makes me sad. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah. I don't know what that was about.
If anyone knows what this
Okay,
is about, please tell me.
thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow, or Wednesday, but I'm pretty sure I'm taking Wednesday off, so. I swear on my life I did not do it on purpose, bro. Alright, anyway, bye.